Mind the side effect.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Hey, look, it works. Wow. Whoops. My bad. Sorry. Mike, I noticed Mike wasn't working. It was just a stupid. Don't worry about it. You were late? You're not late. You literally just started. I just started speaking. You random weirdo. The microphone's on now. So, yay.
And the world around us all follow a set of laws. But if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws are?
Bunch is doing a me and randomly talking about death out of nowhere. Huh? What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, we're doing Abyss today. Yeah. We're doing Kirara. We're gonna be, okay, since my last stream, I do have her ascended, leveled up, and honestly, more importantly for this team, I have Fischl leveled up to 80, which is a meaningful difference maker. Neither of them level 90 yet because I am poor. In like every sense, I have no monies and I have no books. So, sorry, kitty cat, you don't get anything right now because I have nothing to give. Anyways, Fischl though, I did reconfigure her build as well. So, she was on 4-piece Thunder and Fury before. Why? I don't know. I tried to make some argument for why she was on 4-piece Thunder and Fury, but honestly, I think she was just on 4-piece Thunder and Fury because she was like a placeholder. Hey, put a 4-piece Thunder and Fury on Electro character build. I switched her to 2-piece, and this is, as far as I can tell, a pretty dang good Fischl build. Level 80, still needs her final ascension, so she'll get a little bit more attack percent even, but her attack will probably go up about like probably to like 2150, I imagine. And 85 crit rate, 202 crit damage. Thanks for being a Chuny official. 2 attack, 2 electro. Seems like a pretty decent build, I would say. And thanks to this this nice onset goblet we got, I've got a really cracked off-piece flower, which is nice. No EM substats, which is not ideal, but Fischl like doesn't need EM. She just would like some. She definitely can use some. So it's not a perfect build by any means, but is a pretty good build. And a mono-power team because Kaza easily break the pyro shield of the Abyss boss. I don't know. I haven't fought the I think I did hear that the Abyss Lector, whatever this dude's name is, right? I thought it was inquisitive, like, or inquisious, but there's an I here. There's an I here. Iniquitious Baptist. Okay. If he's in the Abyss, we'll see. We'll see what happens. That's what I say to that because annoying, basically. Right. Anyways, how did you get her? How did I get who? What are you talking about, random weirdo? Are you talking about... This is my main account. I don't have Kirara on my any other account. If that's what you're confused about. I did not say this is weapons only, because this is not weapons only. Anyways, let's just do this. Oh, frick. Whoops. That was a mistake. I intended to actually... Just remembered I intended to farm for Fischl's boss drops today. But you know what? It's fine, because I need money to be able to even ascend Fischl. And, therefore, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, well. Oops. This is just the force of habit in this game. I just go to the crafting table and they're like, alright, craft my resin. And there you go. What? Anywho's. If you thought the last Abyss was annoying, this one's even worse. Well, okay, the thing is, like, even if it's an annoying Abyss, I'll probably like it, at least at the first cycle. My bigger problem is it just gets stale real fast. Like, I don't want to do it for, like, freaking a month and a half in a row. Right? Like, that's all it comes down to. Like, for sake, Mario, change it up more than every month and a half. At the very least. Like, that's the bare-ass minimum they could do to make Abyss not just mind-numbing sometimes. This one first. So, Fischl, how did you get Fischl? This is my main account. I got Fischl by having pulled Fischl. That's how I got Fischl. It's my main account. It's not weapons only. It's not Polearms Only either. I got Fischl by polling for Fischl in the past. I don't know. How else do you get characters in this game? You can also get Fischl from the shop, I guess. I don't think actually, no. I think my first Fischl copy actually might have come from the Paimon shop when I first started playing, if I recall. But all my other Fischls, this is C6 Fischl, did just come from wishing. So I don't know what. I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. Yeah, go Kirara, kill all them slimes. Meow. Broken record, but I love her so much. You're silly. Kirara? I agree. We're talking about Fischl. Fischl's not bad. Blam.
Right here. Emerge.
A bitter pill to swallow.
And cool down. There we go. Alright. Is this swords only? No. This is not swords only. This is just main account where I can do whatever the F I freaking feel. Alright, let's go. And what I feel like is using DPS Kirara. Oh yeah. I mentioned this in my Discord. In case you didn't see it. What is this freaking blessing? After the blah blah blahs, after normal attacks hit an opponent, this opponent will be affected by a sign of snaring. After 3 seconds, the sign will be removed, dealing true damage. After character's normal attack damage hits an opponent with sign of snaring, the damage dealt with sign's removal will be increased. Wow, this is the most complicated way of saying normal attacks cause extra damage to happen on enemies. Okay. Alright, then that's a blessing. Sure. Whoops. And anyways, what am I doing? Oh yeah, so this team. So I managed to this exact team as it's configured now. Yesterday I decided to try to 36 star the previous Abyss cycle for using in a Kirara video, and there we go. And I used the Dia on the second side of the Abyss just to make it harder, but also just to prove like you don't need to use the likes of if I'm using a Kirara team, I need a really strong team on the other side. Because honestly, I'll be honest, when you're doing jank things like using, can you leave me alone, friends? When you're doing jank things like using a support character as your on-field DPS, you tend to run into like you need a really strong team on the other side of Abyss if you want to still 36 star with them. But let's be real, Dia is not. I mean, it's not a weak team, to be clear. Monopyro Dia is fairly strong. It's just it just has some problems, mostly because Dia's in the team. But it's fine because Dia's fine. And I did it. I 36 starred the previous Abyss cycle with this team on the first side, and then the Dia team on the second side. And this team's strength is not even in single target, really. It's not bad in single target. It's relatively versatile. That's why I actually quite like this team. But anyways, I learned a lot about how to play it, which is good. So I know, originally I think I said on Saturday's stream when I played with it really initially, I said it was like, you got to do some rotation like this, and do Fischl, and every other rotation you alternate Fischl burst or whatever. What? Just, no, get off. And then you do the Kirara and run into things, and then, anyway, right? I found that in that Abyss, it required... Shush. I found that in that Abyss, the main problem that ended up happening with this team is that instead of being like a EVA rotation, you Baiju EQ into Fischl E or Q, depending on which is up. And then you Yai 3E into Kirara hold or burst E into running into enemies for a while, and then before right before you have Yai's turrets run out, switch to Yai, do her burst, and then restart the rotation. I found that if I didn't replace Yai's turrets, I was missing a lot of like damage uptime. If I didn't reuse her turrets right after user burst, which changes up the rotation a little bit to I had to spend a little bit more time on Yai, replacing her turrets down to keep up damage, while I then go back to Baiju, redo Baiju again, and then do Fischl again. But it ended up being more dynamic and more free-flowing than I thought it was, and more just being aware of, like, particularly when Yai's things are becoming up. I get it when her burst is coming back, and yada yada, and I quite liked it. I really actually like how this team feels to play. Yeah. And again, to be clear, like, especially in like an Abyss, or in any situations where Kirara shielding is enough, right, and you don't need the additional healing, Nihida is obviously a better teammate and would make the team substantially stronger. But the gimmick of this team is animal attack, so we do in animals. I could also throw a Sucrose instead of Baiju, actually, and that could just meaningfully increase the damage, but that takes the focus slightly less away from Kirara. I don't like that, so yeah. It gives me a use for Baiju that I like. I enjoy using it. Team feels good. That's all there is to it. And it's a Dendro team that doesn't, like... Yes, Nahida is the best option as, like, every freaking Dendro team, but I like that it feels good without Nahida to play, right? So, I am probably going to stick with this team, even if it's not, you know, the optimal configuration. I'll probably show the Nahida team in a Kirara video. I think I'm going to try to get a Kirara video out for one of this weekend's videos. So, we'll see. What is this? Oh, this is the, yeah, this is the, I said, what is this? Because I wasn't sure if I had to destroy the balloon or not. No, I just have to ignore it for 10 minutes. Oldies only, we can talk about oldies only. We can talk about the fact that it's over. I didn't have a realistic chance in the time I had to, I tried to get Nahida, but I didn't, and I didn't want to spend money, so... In the initial video, while it performed like well, it didn't perform so well that it made sense to invest a ton of time into. That's literally all there is to it. And I keep forgetting to make a post about it, and at this point, it's almost maybe too late to make a post. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I like Kirara more than Snackman already. Yes, although like I don't use her for her intended case, but her intended use case is just like shielder, right? And she has very obvious, easy utility and slots in easy ways to many teams. You'll probably, in many teams, you put her in, still need another Dendro unit if you want to have enough Dendro application to do your reactions. But it depends on the team. You might be able to get away with her as the solo Dendro. But I don't know. It just I like doing silly fun teams in the game, right? And I like DPSing non-DPS oriented characters. Or sorry, by DPS, I more mean like on-field DPSing specifically, and it's fun doing the cat mode and running into things, even if she's not realistic. She's not contributing like the most damage to the team, obviously, but you see big number from her burst, and you can get decent damage out of her skill, and it's fun running around as a cat in a box. So, yeah, and because of Fischl's A4, by the way. I should probably start recording some of this in case I include any of it in my Kirara video for this weekend. Because of Fischl's A4, when Oz triggers when your current active character triggers an Electro-related elemental reaction when Oz is on the field, Oz does this trigger, and this trigger will always react. It has no ICD, which is very, very strong. It's part of it's a big part of what makes Fischl so strong. Kirara, when you're triggering spread is not an electro reaction. Quicken is, so if you're triggering Quicken, it will trigger Fischl. So like technically, ideally, Yai would actually be on field more in this team. But like you're still getting a non-insignificant number of Fischl A4 procs, and Fischl generates a crap ton of particles, and she's a good off-field damage dealer in general. So like, and you still do get some A4 procs. To be clear, right? I plop Fischl out, I plop Yai down, I oftentimes weave a couple of normal attacks in with Yai, get a Fischl A4 proc or 2, whatever, and you get some A4 procs when Yai's on field with her burst and whatever, so it's like, it's fine. But technically, yes, technically, Kirara off field, you wouldn't spend as much time on field as I spend with Kirara, but that's less fun. It's lame. So, anyways, it was stronger. 1 cat box or 6-pack pyro fake cat, aka Dia. I mean, if 6-pack is C6, then C6 is probably stronger than Kirara. But as far as the easy utility, ease of building goes, you know, Kirara is a lot better, I would say. Oh man, why did I freaking use my whatever? It's fine. It's fine that I use my condensed resin because I probably need to farm for the ley lines of heroes, which anyways is just gonna delay getting Fischl's final ascension again. I should honestly, like, I did that once earlier this week too, by the way. I should already have Fischl fully ascended. I just herper derped. Thanks for the random garbage, Ito. Appreciated. But yeah, I like Kirara. I don't care about the shielding aspect specifically, realistically. It's just, yeah, I don't know. If you can get away with not doing the shielding, I find it fun to put damage stats on her. That's kind of all it comes down to. So, anyways, let's get to the freaking abyss. Let's claim my dailies before I forget, though.
Thank you for.
Kirara would have been better if her footprints were paws and not regular footprints. True. Character 0 out of 10 because of that. 6-pack because she's strong and lower and works out, but sure, C6. I know what you meant by actual 6-pack. I was making a funny. In that C6 is what is required for Dia to be better than Kirara. No, like Dia takes so much effort to build to be like usable, and like she takes like a fully built Xiangling, a Kaza, and Bennett team to make her feel good. Like, wow. Good character. And she's not even necessarily the best option for Monopyro. She's just like good in that team. She works well. She feels well. She feels good to play. So yeah. Anyways, let's stop talking. Well, I might talk about Dia more, but anyways, the floor 9 and 10 I assume are not changed. I have not looked at the specific line of floor 11 and 12, so you'll get to see my live reaction and be like, why did they include this in the Abyss this time? Why did they design Abyss just to piss people off instead of actually trying to make a good combat system like I know they can? But anyways, so we're gonna try to do Kirara team one side and Dia team the second side. If need be, we'll either, if we need to be able to 36 star with Kirara, we'll either put Nahida on the team instead of Baiju, or we will use a stronger team on the second side or first side, whatever side. We'll see what happens when we get to floor 10, right? Any bothering with Abyss until the weekend, that's fair. I think Kirara's the only female character without some kind of heal. I think Diona's technically the same as her, where she stands on her cat feet, but like her, she's still got like feet angled up effect, right? Her feet are still angled up. It's just like, oh, she's a cat. She's standing on her paws. But it's, I mean, your brain can like fill in the gap there. It looks like there's a heal there. It's just invisible. So it still looks like the obvious cultural obsession with women with raised feet or raised heels. But anyways, I'll probably be molding through the stream. Maybe I probably will. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Let's just get into it. Dia, Benny. Actually, which side? It doesn't freaking matter. It doesn't. Actually, no. It does matter because these buttholes are halfway across the court, and at least the other ones do a little bit. So I definitely want Kazuha on the mushroom side. So Dia, Benny, Xiangling, Kazu, Doos. And you, and then a you, and then a you, and then a you. My real question, I'm gonna be really pissed off if floor 11 is as shite as floor 11 was last time, by the way. floor 11 was a genuine mistake. I will maintain that the bigger issue with the previous Abyss was floor 11 punishing lower investment, more than floor 12 punishing higher investment, or having stricter requirements on higher investment accounts. It's probably the not punishing higher investment is probably the better way to describe it.
Let's get it on. Hi, let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Kirara took. Oh, I didn't. I hate these. Why? Why did? It's fine. It's fine. Well, how do you go? Can she kill 6 mushrooms? No, she can't because they're all spread apart for some reason. 98k. Bennett's on like 30% crit right now because he's on a Freedom Sword. The reason he was on Freedom Sword is because Kirara took his sword. Floor 11 is worse this cycle, but some other people said it's better. Okie dokie. We'll see when I get there. We'll particularly see when I get there if I bother on weapons only anytime soon. I'm not gonna do weapons only Abyss today. How are you not dead?
I'm always watching. Right now, right here. The doctor was
Seems like an
Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day. Right now, emerge. Here, please.
I didn't hit anything. God dang it.
I'm getting sick of it.
Yay. We need small boys, playable, or adult Timmy with jacked airmite design. Yeah, exactly. That's what we need desperately in this game.
Look alive. Ha. Adventure time.
Adventure time.
Nice and spiky.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds come.
You time. Wow, she killed a hilly trail, guys. She's strong.
Buckle up. Hi. Let's light it up. Everybody stick. Booba, get them. Eat this.
As one with wind and cloud.
Oh, okay. They just died from Pyronado. The monolith lord me reset 7 times. Monoliths are back? That's interesting. When was the last time we had a monolith in Abyss? I don't dislike them.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm saying that in hindsight a little bit. Because I haven't had to deal with them for a while.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Wow. Have you started on Abyss, Star Rails, Clan B? I don't have much to do in Star Rail anymore than just like grindy things. I don't know how much actual like story content they're adding in Star Rail in 1.1, but hopefully a decent bit. We'll see.
Nice and spicy.
Oh, there we go. Dia time. Can you kill 1 mushroom? She can. Oh, she killed 2 mushrooms. 4 mushrooms? 5 mushrooms killed. Wow, D, I'm proud of you.
Let's light it up.
That chamber on floor 11 promotes animal grouper. I mean, that's like freaking lol. Have Kazuha, Sucrose, the only 2. Like, why they haven't put more groupers in the game when groupers are important as they are in Abyss is a downright scam as far as I'm concerned. We need more options for groupers, genuinely.
By royal decree.
As far as I can tell, it's because they want Kazuha and Venti to remain sellable.
Now you're testing my patience.
Jerk trapped me so I couldn't cat box. Do 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 do. I don't know why I even bothered looking. Actually, Cat is going to be better. We'll do cat in second half. I like that I'm using a few more, quite a few more 4 stars than I've used in a lot of recent abysses in this account, by the way. It's definitely part of the reason I'm enjoying this team a little bit. And it's giving me value out of, you know, using a character that I haven't gotten much value out of. Mr. Baiju there. What am I doing? You. Since you invested so much in Dia, will Chi-Chi get some love too as a Hyperbloom driver? No, because I don't really play Hyperbloom on my main account. Hyperbloom is really not that... I don't like... Well, Hyperbloom is interesting. There's many Hyperbloom variations. I certainly played some Hyperbloom, but like Hyperbloom is not like... I have high enough investment in other things. By like investment, I mean like time investment for like artifacts and whatever that... Like, right, if I get a 36 star with a Dia team, I have more fun doing that than just like slapping Polearms on Kuki, Raiden, and go, right? So it's not as interesting to me to do Hyperbloom variations unless I'm doing something else specific in them. Like, I don't know, a hybrid Raiden, right? If I'm doing something weird like hybrid Raiden, but I'm going to do hybrid Raiden on Polearms Only, right? So where I have the best weapon available for it. So I love that they're like, yeah, let's put an enemy in Abyss that just doesn't do anything. It just sits there. It literally just sits here.
Everybody stand back. You're toast.
It literally just sits here. Okay. Yeah, so no, probably not. If I build Chi-Chi, it's going to be for a video idea, and that's probably it, but... I'll be honest, Cryo is one of the more... Until I started using, like, Melt Rosaria in Polearms Only, Cryo was one of the more boring elements to me. Like, a Hyperfridge I do enjoy, but, like, I get plenty of that on my Polearms Only, right? I've used plenty of it on Polearms Only. I quite enjoy how it feels in Polearms Only. But yeah, just using like the strongest variations of like Hyperbloom teams, like let's do Nahida, Shincho, and Raiden together, and then throw a Chi-Chi on there and say that that's using Chi-Chi. Like, no, it's like you're just using the strongest Hyperbloom core plus Chi-Chi. Like, so, anyways.
Right here, right now.
Oh yeah, I put the different circlet on Kirara from the last Abyss video I had with her, from last Saturday. She is on the 7% crit rate, so I basically sacrificed a whole bunch of attack percent for 15% ER, or 10% more ER actually.
Mind the side
You
effects.
be less of a butthole. So I don't know. Cryo is not often something I lean towards on this account at the very least, right? Is maybe all I'm saying. You can basically do freeze with Cryo, which I find like freeze I find fun in Hyperfridge, but again, that's just Hyperbloom mostly. And then other than freeze, you have melt, right? And melt is fun, but I don't know. It's just I have other options for teams I enjoy playing. Wait, where? Oh, hello. Why did I do that? That was, you know, just a slight waste. Just a slight waste of Dia's burst, but it's fine. The team won't really be affected. Hello, friend. Wizard, want to come over here? Thank you. Stop coughing.
Mind the side effects. Remember, help.
Right here, right now.
Why can't I move it?
The doctor will see you. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Right here.
Bro, can you calm down? Do I not have all the...
A bitter pill to swallow.
There we go. I was going just driving by the wish luck. Thanks for the drive by, Volchi. We are not even on floor 12 yet. We're on floor 10. We're not even on floor 11 yet. So I couldn't tell you how it's going because it's floor 9 and 10, the most pointless floors in the game.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call.
Hey, Dia still has a burst up. I thought she was not going to get it back because I used it the previous chamber. $50k not hated while Yai is only doing 16k. It makes it so sad. I mean, damage is more complicated than just the number you see. But I do agree that honestly, Nahida's one of Nahida's biggest issues is just like how much she overshadows other units. When I'm trying to switch to Fischl. Thank you, game. How much she just tends to overshadow other units in the team. Like, particularly if you have someone like Kirara on the team, you want to DPS your Kirara. Good luck seeing what damage Kirara is doing from the 5,000 green numbers that the other Dendro is doing. So yeah. Okay, floor 11. Let's see what floor 11. All parties' normal attack damage increases by 50%. Cool. Cool. Okay, an Electro Abyss Lector. A Hydro Abyss Lector. Cool, okay, great. Anima Helichurl. Spectres. Oh, cool, cool. This is the, okay, yeah, we do have late line back, okay. Yeah, this is a lol have an Anima grouper moment for sure. Jesus Christ. Yep, alright. These guys seem like buttholes to put against the defense, by the way. These hit pretty hard. I don't know how much percent they'll take off if they manage to hit, but that's not cool, I would say. But anyways, it's fine. It depends how they target realistically. If you can control them and they target you and they don't overly aggro on this, and you can like strategically deal with it in some ways, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily, to be clear. These are more annoying if anything because they sit in one spot and then you can just freaking shoot at the turret, right? Then the Helichurls Pro Max edition. Okay, so you are great, and then you're great as well. Yeah, Jesus Christ. The second chamber, LOL have Sucrose Kaza. God, okay. Second half, sorry. I think we'll do this. This guy's a little bit of a butthole. I said like LOL have Kaza for this side, but I think I'd rather put the Kirara team in the second half. Dia can obviously get through Electro Shield pretty quickly. Kaza will make this easy, and this won't be hard either. And then Dendro team can get through. We'll get through this by just running pile driving it, I guess. Actually, okay. The Pyro Mage and the Cryo Mage might be a little bit of a problem. It'll be fine though, I think. And we have Dendro for the other two. And Electro would be fine. And then it's just a matter of killing things fast enough. So I think it'll be fine. Yeah, we're gonna do. It's maybe not quite optimal, but I'm gonna do it because I can. So there you go. Nahida should have not been Catalyst. She was OP, and now she does not need to be an insane driver too. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I quite like it personally, but she almost my bigger problem is the fact that they made her ridiculously strong, and they refused to have any like Baiju they made, like, how okay they made Baiju relative to Nihita, the other Dendro catalyst, is like hilarious, right? Like, he's just like okay compared to Nihita. Like, they very clearly, like, his normal attacks are just absolute ass, and they clearly, like, if anything, like, Nihita should have the trash normal attacks for how grossly strong her kit is, right? And Baiju should have had the good normal attacks so he could be a potential on-field driver, right? Like, they overloaded everything into Nihita's kit, and then they are gimping other units' kits. Like, Baiju's the most obvious comparison because he's a Dendro catalyst in a supportive, enabling role, right? That buffs Dendro reactions a little bit. He's just, like, so much worse than Nihita, right? And not that he's bad, to be clear. I'm not saying he's bad, but he's just a lot worse than Nihita. And it really, really feels like to me that they gimped his kit because they didn't want to encroach on what Nihita is relevant for. And that's really lame, particularly because it wouldn't be a bad thing, in my opinion, to have someone else who had some of the functionality, more of the functionality of Nihita in more teams. Because one of the most annoying things is, like, hey, if you're playing Abyss where you need 2 teams, it'd be kind of nice to have someone else that was, you know, Nihita-like, right? But there's no one else, and that's annoying. And it's fine in some ways, but honestly, it just makes me feel like doing what we're doing today, where I'm just like, you, I don't want to use Nihita at all. I'm just going to do teams that don't rely on her, right? So, anyways, yeah, her C2 is disgustingly strong. Her C2 is the most satisfying constellation in the game, and also disgustingly strong at the same time. But anyways, what I forgot what I said. Oh yeah, I was gonna do Dia on the first side. Let's go Dia. I'm at the point where my level 80 characters like Xiangling starts going in below. They're not visible anymore. She's the only level 80 character that's down there, to be clear. But oh boy. What was I doing? Baiju. Where are official you? There we go. Two Hydro Heralds. That is a good point. I really don't understand why they don't. It really annoys me that they don't show the enemy numbers on that screen, by the way, but it's fine. Normal charge attack is not that great, but it exists.
Teamwork is dreamwork. You're toast.
One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night. The wind knows me.
And I didn't grab some of them. Cool. You stop attacking them, they're dead.
Let's get it on. Ha. Everybody stand back. Booba, get them.
As one with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Gloves off.
Dia, you're stuck. What? She just canceled her. I did not hit jump. I swear to God, I did not hit jump there, by the way. She just canceled her burst. Holy shit, by the way, this is with Kaza. Bro, really? Okay. Are you actually f***ing serious, Bahoyo? I don't know, I didn't notice the cryo lava trail, by the way. I was too focused on the specters. This is with Kaza. And they've spread the fuckers out so much that they're constantly attacking the thing, and then giant asshole with AoE, massive AoE damage. What the fuck, Mahoyo? Oh my god. Again, why? Why are you making floor 11 such a pain in the ass? What is the point?
The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
They're dead meat.
Why did you just stop targeting Hilicho? Whatever.
Buckle up. I'm going in. I'm the frying pan. Into the fire.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Okay, please.
Let's light it up.
Yeah, this is a really asshole-ish thing to do. Like, to...
Teamwork is
to separate all these guys out like this. You can be a little bit cheeky with your positioning, by the way. Bro, they still got down to 70%. Holy actual fuck you, Mihoyo. I didn't mute the second one. Like, why? Why are you making... Like, that was with Kazuha. That was with Kazuha. Why? Like, it's one thing, right? Because, like, I don't even necessarily mind it. Because, like, what I was trying to do there, right? In some ways. Because what I was trying to do there was... Alright, you have the lava trail, right? Who spawns. And then you have... This is why, like, I restarted, right? You have Spectre here, here, and here, right? They put them all around 4 sides. And they specifically, conveniently, put them far enough away that you couldn't just, you know, use Kazuha in the middle, right? And... Yeah, it is a venti ad. Go fuck yourself, Mihoyo. Again, have more fucking groupers in the game. But, anyways, right? You had 4 of them. So what I was trying to do was I tried to position myself so the dude was charging at me, went to where Spectre's was, and I tried to like stand in between. So there's like one right here, one standing right here, and so I tried to group them with Kazuha to try to deal with 2 of them at a time. It still did a shit ton of damage at the end of the freaking ley line. We'll see how miserable this one is, but...
Taking a turn for the better.
Odds reveal that emerge right now, right here.
Mind the side effects.
Oh, that was dumb.
Emerge right now, right here.
Yep, I knew I'd only get a couple of them.
Remember, health comes first.
By royal decree,
Your coming was
Midnight
foretold.
Phantasmagoria.
For the eternal.
Emerge right now.
No, I'll stay away from the thing. Oh my god, bro. Bruh.
Come on out.
Die. Oh my god.
Bloom as the flowers of the eternal awaits.
Okay. Go f yourself, Mihoyo. That should not have been as close as it was for the investment level that's count with Kazuha on one side. That is a really dickish setup. I'm sorry. Like I don't know. I look that I want to be. Okay. No. Yeah, you hate this abyss too. No. I want to be very. This is very preliminary reactions. It's very possible I might figure out myself or see someone else that shows a strategy of being like positioning yourself differently. But it's gonna be something like where I mentioned there, right? Where it's like you have to be clever with your positioning. And in that sense, forcing you to engage with the game mechanics in a way to like, it's more than just, oh, do damage before they kill you is good. Like, I honestly think in some ways, I don't mind it, right? But some of the spacing of that feels like a little bit dickish, right? Meow. What do you want? Meow, meow. Your cat. All right. So, yeah, I don't know. Oh, good. I don't have energy on you. Whatever, it's fine.
Let's light it up. Everybody, nice and spicy.
Wait, is this is the big boss?
You're dead meat.
No, this is not the big boss. This is the lightning one, right? Yeah, no, this is the lightning one. Okay, sorry. It looks the same as the freaking boss. I'm gonna use them. Sorry. Is it just this dude? It is just this dude. Okay.
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call.
Why do they never miss?
Snap. There we go. Mushrooms, yay.
Taking a turn for the better.
By royal decree, right here, right now, emerge.
Hey, oh wait, get out of there. I forgot to do the...
Behold. Right now.
You really don't want to forget the, having a stroke, sorry. You know, you really don't want to forget the
Rise a storm. Emerge.
think a little bit. Why am I having such a stroke? Really? Stop! Stop! There you go. The second E after the end of towards the end of her hold. But really?
Right now.
Really?
Right here.
Bloom as the flowers in Kirara.
Service with a fun.
Why are you burning, by the way? Like, what did you do to yourself? You literally set yourself on fire. I'm sorry, lady. Like, I played that really badly there, but it's fine. My brain wasn't functioning either for language or for playing the game. Good job, me. That's why I tend not to talk, because I need to focus on one thing. I just do neither well. Oh, good. Okay. I didn't actually place Bennett's burst down. Whoops, I'm a dumb. My bird. I didn't get you with my skill. This seems like a very easy first half chamber 3. Why are you this tanky? Really? Do 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 do. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, this.
Emerge right now.
And I don't have Baiju's burst up. Whatever, it's fine. I'm not really certain how we somehow got through. I think we got through the cryo one before we got through the yeah. What's the Hydra one? I think is the other one.
Mind the side effects.
No, I probably should not use that. But come on, can you get your shit back?
Right here.
Taking a turn for the
I did not mean to switch to you.
Night Phantasmical.
Right now. Right here.
Go, cat, go. Whoops, that was my bad. I meant to press E there.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes first.
By royal decree. Emerge right here. Right now.
Bro, can you guys calm down? I don't love them putting 2 Hydra lectures. Like, it's just too much visual spam, in my opinion. But it's very much a screw you, have Dendro situation, I feel like, there. But that was okay. I want to say overall, this floor 11 not as dickish as the previous floor 11. I do not think. It is the vibe I've gotten. I'll have to do it on Polearms Only and on. I'll have to do floor 11 on Polearms Only and on Weapons Only, particularly Weapons Only, to give a concrete opinion on a lower investment tier check of floor 11. This first chamber actually dickish. The first half chamber at least. This was fine because the Hilly Trails, right? These you can see they didn't do that much percentage damage because it was pretty easy to get them to target me. So as long as you get them to target you, it's not that bad. This is just annoying, and there's 2 solutions to it. Either lull, have Venti, have Sucrose Kaza and be good with your positioning. Sucrose in particular is going to be annoying to use because of how she lobs out her burst, right? And you don't have much control over where it goes. But yeah, Venti, Kazuha, you can probably trivialize this relatively easily. Kazuha, you just got to use a little bit of good positioning on. And then LOL, kill things fast enough, right? Kill the things before they kill the defense. This was relatively easy, just bring elements to get through this dude, and he's very easy. This was whatever. And And then this was mostly whatever. This lady's a little bit annoying, of course, and the cryo field is a little bit annoying potentially. And then this is extraordinarily annoying, potentially. But it's also a situation like when they do this combo, this mage combo specifically, just bring. Hopefully, you have Sucrose or Kaza. Well, but even if you don't have Sucrose or Kaza, you can get away with other animal units like Jean. Bring an animal unit, because if you swirl like the Pyro around or, like literally if I had Kaza there, I did like one jump hold with Kaza, it would probably shred through most of their shields, right? So and yeah, and then this dude is just lol have Dendro is the easiest way to get through these buttholes, because Hyperbloom in particular, because if you use Dendro on them, they're going to create a bunch of Dendro cores. You trigger the Dendro cores, it's going to home and apply more Dendro to them, or more Dendro attacks to them, and get through their shield really quickly. You can also use Cryo, of course, against the Hydra Heralds. So there's options. There's enough options to deal with this, right? And this is much better, because my frustration with the previous previous Abyss was particularly Chamber 3 was because it's like the 7-minute requirement instead of the 5-minute requirement, or like turret defense requirement. It was just miserable. It was just miserable, and on like weapons only, like to try to do it, even with like good teams, right? Like I had relatively decently built national teams, but didn't have like constellations for national to help the team a lot, and nothing like super insane necessarily, but pretty good, and they were struggling, and it just felt like shite. So anyways, alright, let's see what floor 12 is like. I have not seen what floor 12 is like at all. Oh, good. Cool. Okay. I mean, on the upside, I don't know how many of these there are. I don't know where they spawn. Okay. Yeah, Chamber 1. Cryo and Hydro Abyss Mages, huh? Lull use Pyro, Lull use... What do they want you to use a melt team, I guess. Weird. Yeah, second half is like, okay, I guess we're using melt again and Polearms Only, that's what I can say. But based on the first chamber at the very least. Yeah, obviously Pyro good at Cryo Abyss Mages, and then Hydro is just Cryo or Dendro, right? So for our purposes, I'll probably put Dia on this side is what I'm leaning towards, and Kirara on the first side, because these guys are relatively easy to deal with just by having Electro and Dendro, right? It takes them out of invisibility, and having a lot of auto-targeting things like with Fischl and Xiao helps a lot too. And the Whopper Flowers exist. Oh, cool. Okay. I say that, and then of course they put the boss with a whole bunch of Dendro resistance and whatever, but it's fine. The Electro damage will still get through it. This butthole, okay. I mean, I was correct. I mean, definitely not the Kirara team for the Thunder Manifestation. That's definitely not the team for that. It's definitely not the team for the Thunder Manifestation. Cool. Okay, I'm not gonna rant that much about the Thunder Manifestation until I get to Polearms Only. I really dislike some really stupid and relatively subtle specific decisions they made that make me think they basically didn't playtest this boss at all against a large majority of the units in the game when they released this boss, which is really freaking stupid to me. But anyways, this boss is fine. I actually kind of like its design overall. I get annoyed by its RNG a little bit. I've gotten annoyed by its RNG plenty of times in the past, but it's not the worst thing to deal with. Oh, good. Level 100 Crocodile. How many of them? Is there only 2? Okay. Oh, Jesus. All right. So the Baptist here. They say okay. He's got Hydro, Pyro, and Cryo. I certainly have plenty of teams that can do what I don't like, right? Hydro, Dendro, or Cryo. Pyro, use, Cryo or ideally Hydro, right? So Dendro, Hydro, and then Pyro, right? Is the best at getting through these. So, lull, use Hyperbloom Virgin. That's what this boss kind of feels like to me. I don't love it. I don't know if Monopyro can get through it. I have not tried Monopyro against this boss in Overworld. I do not know how fast Kazuha can get through the Pyro Shield. That's the big question, right? He's going to be much tankier than in Overworld. I certainly have teams that can deal with it, and then I will put in if I need to deal with it. But we're just going to do Monopyro first. Monopyro, I think we're not going to have much of a problem for Chamber 1 and 2. Chamber 3 is questionable. I don't know how many beasts. 2 beasts per wave, it's 2 waves. Okay, so 4 beasties. That's a bit rough. Especially because they're level 100, which means level 100 versus level 95, like they were in the previous Abyss, means they're even more tanky. So, yay. Alright, well, let's just try it. Yeah, Chamber 3 seems a bit rough. Chamber 1 and 2 don't seem that bad. Alright, Kirara. I believe in Kirara. I believe in the power of animals. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm probably going to have to restart this Abyss for Chamber 3 because realistically, Monopyro... Kirara team have not necessarily killing these the fastest, on top of, you know, having issues getting the shields with Monopyro on this means yay, right? So, yeah. I don't like the number of element requirements they want here, but it's potentially something we can deal with. We'll see. Bennett. Xiangling. That's not Xiangling. There we go. We'll see. We'll see. The power of furries. Yes, this is indeed the power of furries. Let's go. Wait. I forgot. I'm guessing this is going to be the normal strat for plants, by the way. So if you don't know, usually when there's things like these, you can... Yep, there you go. You can group the Whopper flowers. Can I use my burst? Oh my... I couldn't use my burst because of freaking cooldowns. Alright, try again. But yeah, you can group Whopper flowers pretty easily, which is nice.
Remember, health comes first.
Did his skill not hit anything, by the way, because I cast it before they were around me? I should have bursted first. That was dumb.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now, the doctor was seeing.
Can you, like, stop living? Oh my god, how... What? Wait. No, I legit thought these guys, like, died or mostly died. Okay. And I started ignoring them. Oh my god. Yeah, this floor definitely seems like a venti had too.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Right here. Emerge. Here, please. A sight to behold. Right here, right now. Emerge.
Oh, more spawned. That's why. Okay, I am an idiot. Sorry.
Right now.
I didn't expect them to spam that many Whopper flowers. That is my bad.
By royal decree. Emerge. Right here.
I forgot to use Yai burst. It's fine.
Seems like an emergency.
Oh, wrong character.
Right now.
That's 20k there.
The doctor was seeing. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Show them. Right here. Right now.
I really don't like the amount of waves here.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better.
Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
mind the side effects. Remember, health comes as you wish, mate.
Right now. Emerge.
I have not played this as well as I could have, but also,
Like an emergency.
like forgetting to use the Ice Burst, for example, not ideal. But for a Jesus Christ, this Abyss is terrible, and the buff is useless. Yeah, the buff is like true garbage. The yeah, I don't know. I need more like AoE damage in the second part there, right? The Whopper Flowers weren't that bad. I need to be more aggressive with using Ice Burst there, and then I can go. But like taking that long, right? Like my like litmus test for like Abysses is always like playing them a little inoptimally and seeing how much optimal play they require, right? And that being that slow with a little bit of inoptimal play with a team that I'm now more used to playing, that I 36 starred in the previous Abyss Chamber with the miserable like 4 robots and then 2 concentrated beasts. That taking substantially longer, that mostly by the nature of them having 500 waves that spawn in different spots, and like that's also, I don't know. Can I switch? What do you mean can't switch? God, I love this game and be like, no, you can't switch this character. Why? Because
You asked for it.
there are 3 lectors.
Let's get it on.
Jesus Christ.
Teamwork is true.
One with nature, as one with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Obviously, we're not going to get the 3-star here.
They caught me.
Okay. I said this chamber wasn't going to be that bad. I didn't realize like how the way the waves are spawning here, right? From what I saw, so let's try to kill like one specifically, right? From what I saw,
By royal decree. Emerge.
they spawned another Whopper Flower as soon as one was dead, right? No, attack this one. No, attack this one.
What a nuisance.
That one's dead. Yeah, another one spawned. So, and it seemed to be the same thing with the it seemed to be the same thing with the other buttholes, where you killed one of the robots and then another one spawned. And it's not necessarily bad, to be clear, but it can make rotations situationally awkward based on like where the enemy spawns, kind of thing, right? Because if you are able to like, if it was like 3 Whopper Flowers spawn, you do a rotation with like my Dia team, for example, and get through all 3 Whopper Flowers, or I guess I should use this team because this team is the one I'm against the Whopper Flowers, right? Get through rotation and get through all 3 Whopper Flowers in one rotation, and then the other 3 spawn, I can do like the grouping thing again, right? Where I can run away, go look towards them, and they should all group towards me, right? When they're spawning one by one, it makes manipulating that more messy and a bit of a pain in the arse. So, yay. I might.
Turn for the better.
I'm already inclined to switch to not Dia team on the second side is what I'm leaning towards doing. Actually, you know, yeah, I'm just going to, because What I am feeling here is I'm just like, you know what? I'll use the Dia team in this abyss when I know more about this abyss. Is the vibe I'm getting from this kind of thing? So I'm gonna switch to a different team on that side. Wow, level 18. What a world! Oh yeah, the shop wishes reset, by the way. We'll use the shop wishes, the standard wishes, not the limited wishes. After. And I also need these. Please, thank you. We'll use the shoppy wishes afterwards. But I shouldn't get anything meaningful, but we'll see. Alright. Abandon. Let's... Alright, what do we... okay. Wants Pyro. And it wants Dendro. I'm gonna use my new Yulon team again. I think my Funkadoodle Virgin Yulon. So it'd be I haven't played it in a little bit in Abyss. What it is? What was my order that I normally use? Bennett, I think, into you, into you, into you, something like that. The Hita should be on Deepwood, I'm pretty sure. And this has all the element coverage I need for these buttholes. Obviously that should be fine. And then this should be fine. So, there we go. This is probably the... probably one of the better teams I could do for giving me hopefully as much time as possible in the first half. Is my thinking. I really wish I had Kirara and Fischl level 90 for this, by the way. It might be helping a lot, particularly Fischl. Realistically, Kirara and level 90 wouldn't be that big of a difference maker. It'd make a big difference to her damage. It's just that her damage is realistically not contributing the vast majority of the team's damage, right? But oh well. Do scale damage again. Please.
Seems like an emergency.
Oh, this game's auto-targeting. Like, really? Why? The reason I restarted there, just in case it wasn't obvious, was Baiju's skill didn't hit any of them. Oh my god, and now my burst is not to be up. No, it should be fine. How? I waited that time! Really?
Mind the side effects.
To wait about 5 years for it, apparently. Jesus Christ.
Right here, right now.
Like, really?
Here, please.
I thought I was going to be able to kill them faster, so I didn't use Yai's burst.
Right here. Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. Nothing lasts forever. Right now, right here.
Taking a turn for the better.
By royal decree. Right now.
Where are you? Really? I meant to switch to you.
Remember, health comes first. As you wish, main Fräulein.
Right here.
There's 2 dead. I need to use Yai's burst more, but my bad.
Taking a turn for the better.
Wings of darkness.
Where's the third one, by the way? I have no idea where it went.
I'm always watching. Emerge right here.
Seems like an emergency.
By royal decree, right now.
Die, please. Bro, this abyss sucks. This chamber sucks, at least. This abyss. I do not like that chamber. That first half, at least. I honestly don't even necessarily mind this one that much compared to that one.
Everyone hold hands.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds come.
Sharing my knowledge. This might hurt a little. Let's light it up. Gotcha. Take it easy.
I don't think I can...
Everybody stand back. Game's up. Time's over. I see everything.
One with nature. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Busted.
Oops, I didn't mean to cheat with C6 there. Stop!
Let's light it up. Go in. Go. Temple of Wisdom.
As one with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Quiet. Gotcha.
Okay, well, it's doable. It's doable. It's absolutely doable. But what the actual f***? Like, wow. Good job, Mahoyo. Good job. I don't understand some of their recent strategy with making the Abyss this much of a pain in the ass versus just like adding new endgame combat modes. Like, I feel like Mahoyo's like, players were asking for more difficult, more options for endgame combat. Let's make the Abyss harder. Cheating with C6. It was cheating with C6. I actually normal attacked and I got like 2 AoE shots. It was not the difference maker. It wasn't like that, oh my god, that's what's gonna make me clear it. To be clear. But why did I honestly, I think grouping them where I was grouping them might be a bad idea because I think so. I don't. One thing we gotta test here. Let's test here. So, when I kill one of them, is the new one that spawns always going to spawn right over here? Right. That's what I want to test. So if I bring them over here instead, like I just did, when I kill one of them, is the next one spawning over here? Because that's why I think it's guaranteed to spawn. I don't know where the ones after that are going to spawn. I am not sure. I was not paying enough attention, but I do know the one after I killed the initial one I think spawns to the right. So let's try going to the right. Okay, one butthole didn't want to come, but that's fine. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Right here, right now. Emerge.
You not. Really? Where?
A sight to behold. Right now.
Really? It targeted the one that just spawned that didn't have Dendro on it? Thanks, game. Thanks, I appreciate that. I stop getting interrupted as soon as I switch to a character.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better.
What a nuisance.
Stop.
Emerge. Right now.
Oh, I need to get through that Whopper Flower phase much faster, much faster.
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Nothing lasts forever. Right here.
Midnight phantasmical. Seems like an emergency. No rest for the wicked.
Where are you?
Emerge. Right here. Right now.
Why? What? Oh, okay, no. Freaking one of them went invisible and fucked off halfway across the court. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think I legit have to rather have to optimize around the Wii Nuts bullshittery than this shit. see. Can you all go to me? No. I want to see if there's a way to get them to all go over there. Good, okay.
Taking a turn for the better.
Right here, right now. Emerge. Red delivery.
Well, the two of them avoided that, but whatever, it's fine.
I'm always watching. Right now. Emerge.
Mind the side effects.
Wings of darkness. Come. Right now. Right here.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Odds revealed. Emerge. Right now. Here, please.
Bro, why are they all far away from each other? It's fine.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better.
Midnight phantasmical. Emerge. Right here. Right now. A sight to behold. Right here. Emerge.
Oh, I love the targeting system in this game.
Right now.
Because why would you have a? Why would you want to put a targeting system in, right? Where AOE moves would target based not on.
Nothing
That was dumb, but
Emerge.
you know, have AOE moves target not on like centered around one target, but centering around, you know, a focal point of those targets. No, that sounds like nonsense to me because, you know, that would make actual sense, but it would take one of Mihoyo's presumably decently paid programmers about 5 seconds to program that, with some very, very complicated math that they probably learned in high school. So, you know, you can't do that.
Like an emergency.
Okay. Well, this chamber sucks. Oh wait, I was gonna put Nahid in the team, but I just realized I'm using Nahid on the second side. I could. I try sucrose instead of Baiju. Something like that. Guy's burst AoE is deceptively large. Dendro, if you didn't notice, it doesn't matter if it's deceptively large when the god-awful targeting system targeted something that wasn't centered, so it went and targeted of the 3 frickin' robots there. It was like, let's go target to the right of this one that's on the right side, and it only hit 1. So like, unless they frickin' increase the Yai's AoE size to the size of the goddamn abyss because of the shite-ass auto-targeting system, look, I got fucked by the auto-targeting, so it did nothing, basically. Woo! Why? This is why I really fucking hate IC1, and why I tend to not bother with Yai's burst that much. Because it just makes me mad at the game being, like, stupidly garbage. Like why AoE moves are, like, AoE auto-targeting moves are that bad blows my mind. You were impressed that an enemy on the other side got hit when you thought it would. I mean, if any enemy didn't get that would have been a hilarious failure on the targeting system. That generally only happens when an enemy, it happens to target somewhere that like an enemy like just teleports away from right after, which definitely does happen, but I really don't understand their Abyss philosophy right now. It really doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand this company. I don't know. Let's try Sucrose, see if it feels that much better. It's not necessarily the grouping, to be clear. It's mostly just for the VV, to be completely honest. VV and the EM buff, right? Is all this really is. I'm losing healing, which is potentially bad, but also, honestly, until this chamber, I'm not that worried about the healing specifically. So, you know, let's just try it, I guess. It'd be a lot more interesting if it was a survival challenge and not a time challenge. Yep. They could literally make the enemies way tankier even if it was just a survival challenge too. Why? Brain, what are you doing? Now I gotta wait 10 minutes for Fischl's god-awful cooldown. Cool. Cool. Because again, you know, it's really expensive. I forgive you, Mihoyo. I understand it's really expensive to pay programmers to do something as god-awful complicated as implementing when the player hits the retry button in Abyss, it resets characters' cooldowns. Just like I know it's got to be really complicated to program that because it's definitely got to be completely different in like programming implementation to that of like the sacrificial weapons which reset skill cooldowns. I imagine it's got to be completely different, so it's got to be really complicated. It probably costs you like a full $100,000 US dollars a year for like some senior programmer to work on such a complicated feature to reset skill cooldowns when the player hits reset in Abyss. Especially as you keep on doing Abysses with, you know, that are more RNG dependent based on bullshit enemies do. I get it. I forgive you, Mihoyo. I really get it. I get that it's something that's really expensive to do. So, you know, I'll give you time. You should really do it considering the money you make. But I can understand why it takes as long as it has to. Shut the F up, Fischl. I can't switch characters. I get it. It's fine. You know, I forgive you, Mihoyo. I forgive you. Hopefully I was being sarcastic enough to make that come through properly. Why? Brain. You wouldn't enjoy survival challenges? Okay, Volshi, you just don't enjoy the combat in this game, I'm assuming? I'll be honest, I don't know why you bother with Genshin endgame for anything other than story and whatever. If you think you'd enjoy, and if you don't think you'd enjoy just surviving, right? And like it not being a time-based challenge. Like I'll be honest, like this is like the way they've implemented Abyss is like an endgame combat system. It's probably one of the worst ways they possibly could have designed an endgame system in the framework of this game, in my opinion. It's hard for me to imagine something as much worse than this for actually testing it, and it very, 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 very oblately comes off to me as we have designed this system just to piss you off enough to try to make you wish for more things, right? And if you don't think you'd enjoy a survival system more that doesn't highly pressure you to just clear DPS checks, I don't know what to tell you. Do you actually like the combat in this game is my question. I should run slower. Whatever.
Odds revealed by absorption test. Enhanced animal module 75. Emerge right now.
Let me switch. Alright, whoops. Okay, I did all that wrong, whatever.
A sight to behold. Emerge right now.
So nobody's on Deepwood in this team, by the way, so Kirara's team damage is going to go down a freaking heck of a lot. Let me redo that, but that actually did... I think that definitely worked better there. because if you didn't notice, the 3 of them were dead. So that worked. Just I herped a little bit there. I need to run farther. Fischl runs slower, so I don't know if I can actually get to the same spot I got to in time. Oh, frickin' butthole! I guess it doesn't matter because the burst will probably grab the other one now that I think about it.
By royal decree, animal test 6308. Stand clear. Swirl. Emerge. Right now. Right here. Right deliver.
I should have just used burst, but it's fine. Can you die, bruh? Oh my god.
Shadow Raven. Let night fall. Emerge. Animal test 6308. Animal hyperstate. Don't break my glass. Right now.
I don't know why I did that there. That was a little dumb.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Emerge. Right now.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Stand clear.
Probably not using sucrose as much as I should. Yeah, this
Emerge. Right here. Right now.
this team is not one I think that lets Kirara realistically on field as much as I would prefer.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge. Show them.
But why are these enemies so tanky? We don't know how to design
Animal hypostasis emulation.
enemies to like be interesting to fight, or you know, the problem with enemies being tanky, right, is not like necessarily, oh, you can't make tanky enemies, but more that, again, miHoYo's design philosophy for the hard combat in this game isn't like, let's have the players engage with character mechanics and like engage with like learning enemy patterns in a way that blah blah blah. No, it's just players need to deal as much damage as fast as possible to meet the time challenge. And oh, how do we incentivize them to pull for characters and their weapons to make them do slightly more damage to meet the time challenge? Well, we make enemies more tanky and throw more enemies in the abyss. You just realize Yai is 5-star official? Yai is not very 5-star official because they fulfilled Yai, and the fact that Yai and Fischl work together really well on the same team should tell you that they're not exactly the same. If they worked basically the same as each other, they would not go on the same team together very often. That's not necessarily true, I should say, but the things that make Fischl good and the things that make Miko good are different, but and anyways, whatever. I forgot to walk. Actually, you know what? Kirara is shield bot, sad. I mean, Kirara is still on DPS, to be clear. How did that not hit you? Okay, maybe I do have to group them a little bit.
Emerge. Right here.
Shows I'm triggering Quicken with her burst, which is not ideal.
Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day. Absorption test.
I feel like my Sucrose needs more ER in this team. I normally don't need Sucrose's burst up super often, so she's just mostly on kind of like full EM.
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
I don't like how this team feels that much. It obviously can clear the buttholes faster. But I'm just talking right now, but I'm not even thinking about clearing because it was too meh at the start. This team could obviously clear the initial part faster, but it didn't seem that much faster at clearing the robots.
By royal decree, absorption test. Enhanced animal module 75. Right now, right here. Here, please.
Really?
A sight to behold.
Cool. I like how it didn't even kill one of them, by the way. Xiao and Yuan are basically the same, but both of them are super good together. I would not say they're basically the same either, but you know. Xiao has a number of things that can make him better than Yuan, and Yuan has some things, in my opinion, that make her better than Xiao, particularly that she's just more fun, and she does more damage easier than Xiao. So, substantially easier. So that because both Yai and Fischl have off-field Electro and their burst reset their skill.
For I, Fischl, and the princess and
Yai's burst doesn't reset her skill. Yai consumes her turrets to use her burst to get more hits on her burst, and then she gives you it back. But that just makes her take more field. It doesn't reset her. Fischl's burst, like, you can actually use it to reset her skill to keep up uptime on Oz. That is not the same. And what makes Fischl, the thing that makes Fischl strong, and why I was saying like they're not really the same, is Fischl's an incredibly good battery. Incredibly good, but she just generates an actual F-ton of particles. And then outside of that, she also has decent off-field damage. And if you use her in Aggravate Teal, where you're doing electro reactions with your on-field unit, you are getting a lot of procs from her A4. And especially with like Aggravate nowadays, her Ascension 4 passive aggravating constantly is very, very strong and contributes a lot of team damage. So, versus Yai is just, she does a bunch of damage through the nature of her random targeting. Oz is not random target. It leaves it mostly targets nearby enemies. So if two enemies the same distance away, it's kind of random, but not the same way that Yai's is actually random. And Yai's actually random targeting has some upsides over Fischl. On top of I'm pretty sure it's higher range even without C2 Yai, to be clear. So, and Yai's nuke burst makes her different for being able to just front load a bunch of damage to try to kill a wave kind of thing, right? Versus Fischl doesn't have that, so I wouldn't say they're quite the same as, like, Xiao and Elan are more similar to each other than Yai and Fischl are similar to each other, in my opinion.
Animal test 6308. Animal hypostasis emerge. Right here. Right now. Ah! Service with a smile.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I don't have my burst up. That's annoying.
Right now. Swirl, Mark 2. Absorption test. Emerge. Right here. Oz, reveal thy... Ah! Here, please. Wings of darkness.
Can you guys group together a little bit more, please? Please, can you do anything other than just sit in place? I don't know how to manipulate the movement of these enemies. Maybe I should take a minute and check. Like, I wanted to use Yai's burst here, but like, if I use Yai's burst there, I'm giving up on this attempt because I started talking. If I wanted to use Yai's burst there, I would have just... I would have liked at least two of them to be together, right? And then hopefully the game didn't F me and target the one that was away. But I don't know how they target. Yelan is better for quick bloom. Yeah, that's a situation where you might want a little bit less hydro application. Yeah. There's not that many situations.
By royal decree, animal test 6308. right now. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge, right here, right now.
Boy, and not have. Oh boy, yeah. Oh, sorry. I need to pause. Let me pause game. I don't know why I suddenly am coughing. I think I'm coughing. I spit or something. I think I started to say something and there was like spit in the back of my throat. Okay. Got some water drunk and the throat is cleared. I'm gonna, I think I might. It might be time to just switch to Nahida on this team.
Emerge right now.
I don't know. How do these guys move? Right. The problem is like they basically don't move. Okay, you can get them to chase you a little bit. Okay. Okay.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Really? It's really weird that they did this because, right, the obvious thing to do against those robots is to use a team like this, right, where you're just it's just aggravate and that'll knock them out of invisibility. The problem is that they can't be grouped, and without purposely trying to kite them away. But then after you kite them away, you've given them more time to get to the point where they turn invisible, and after they turn invisible, even if you get them out of invisibility really quick, they leave. So what you want to try to make sure they don't be buttholes is you need to like make sure like you immediately get them out of invisibility after. But because you have multiple of them, you have to have AoE Dendro and AoE Electro application, and like man, I don't know, has there ever been more of a use Hyperbloom Chamber than that one? It's kind of what it feels like to me. The grouping tactic for the triangles is basically the same as the Whopper Flowers. Yeah, that's what I think I just noticed. Like, right, it's a problem. Like, you need to not let them be invisible and let them ungroup as soon as they go invisible, right? Because if you give them a little bit of time, like we just saw there, where you haven't knocked them out of their invisibility right away, they go and what is happening? What is my mute button not going to be working the whole stream? No, now it lights up. Okay, cool. Go XLR is a product. I don't know if I recommend Go XLR. I like a lot of things about the Go XLR, but also like their software is just really cesspool. Anyways, it takes them a while to go invisible. Yeah, I know, but it's just like my complaint is, right, I like trying to clear it with like non-optimal teams. But they keep on making these Abyss setups that are like you for not using the meta units, right? Screw you for not using Nahida in this chamber, right? And like yeah, honestly, the Nahida and Yai together probably solve this problem. That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm not saying it's impossible to deal with and whatever. It's just the way that these are spawning, on top of like targeting issues, on top of the invisibility, and it feels overly heavy. They keep on heading in the direction of like there was a balance like not too long ago, I feel like, where they're nailing abysses to be like allowing a lot of creative freedom to deal with them, while also having enough requirements that you had to like think about how to deal with them a little bit. But like now they keep on doing these like really annoying setups, right? And I don't get why. Significantly more time than the Asimon boss? Like, yeah, but there's 3 of them. Like, there's 3 of them at a time you gotta deal with, right? So my point is, Stars was right, is Asimon, you can just plop Fischl and plop a Dendro attack with any Dendro unit, right? And then Simon just goes down, right? Immediately. And if you got 3 of them, you need to have, like, you need to want to have Dendro on all of them and hit Electro on all of them, like, ideally at once. So, like, that's what? Use Nahida and use Raiden together? Use Nahida and use Yai together, but even Yai doesn't have that good at AoE unless you use her burst, and even then the targeting might screw you. So it's mostly like use fucking Hyper Bloom. Use Nahida, Raiden, use like Fischl AoE's Fischl's activation AoE might be good enough if you make sure to save it and time it right, but like Akuki obviously is an option as well, to be clear, with their AoE. That's why I mentioned like Hyper Bloom. Like, that's my problem, is like I don't know. So there's multiple at once you had to deal with. This Abyss limits the team extremely unless you have like C1, C2, and 5 stars and their signatures. Yeah. This kind of enemy penner has been quite a few past Abysses. Also doesn't help that your team doesn't take advantage of the blessing. Yeah, blessings though. I'm honest, it's like shit design. I'm sorry. I'm not going to ever design my team around the blessing, generally speaking, on my main account. Like, it's shite design that's obviously just made to as a minor addition to try to be like, Yoimiya has, Yoimiya can buff get lots of procs of this normal attack buff. Wow. I don't care. Again, like, my point is, like, I like using non-optimal teams on my main account. And as they keep on doing abysses like these that have more and more stringent requirements, it keeps on going towards not what I enjoy in Abyss. I enjoy doing non-optimal things, and they're forced me to do the optimal things to clear it. The blessing is really strong. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Okay, sure, it can be strong. I mean, that if that tells me anything, that means I can try to use more normal attacks. But realistically, I already knew that I'm supposed to on-field Yai, but my goal here was to use Kirara. Not to do a bunch of normal attacks. Not saying I couldn't design a team around, again, I'm not saying I can't. My problem isn't clearing this abyss. I'm honestly not that concerned about clearing this abyss. I can configure teams that work and can clear this. My problem is I want to do it the way I want to do it, right? And I have a very high investment account where I have plenty of units that I have plenty of options and flexibility for dealing with different situations. But even my high investment account, I want to deal with things with the units I am enjoying using right now, with the new units I've gotten, right? And I want to use them the way I want to use them and try to make that work. And I'm not saying that every abyss has to allow me to do that, to be clear. But at the investment level I'm at, it shouldn't be as hard as it is. And the problem is, right, if I'm feeling this struggle with very high investment accounts doing weird things, imagine someone who's only been playing the game for 3 months, right? Like, trying to advise someone, or advising someone that doesn't, like, have as much of, like, I'll just say theory crafting knowledge, I guess, to be able to look at what you need to do to clear a particular situation, right? And so a lower investment account be lower time investment or lower, like, mental investment kind of thing, right? In the game's mechanics. And those people, like, people that just play the game, they level up the units they like. They got a Dia, they like how Dia plays, so they look up, oh, Dia works well with Monopyro, and hopefully they happen to have Kaza already, and they already use Bennett because Bennett's great. And they use Xiangling because everyone says Xiangling's great, and they play Dia in a Monopyro team, and it's a high investment team, but it's not the right one for this abyss. So screw you. Right? I don't love that design philosophy, right? Is my point. They keep on going in this direction of, here's the only endgame combat system we have in this game, and we want you to design, teams that are designed around, using characters that are currently on banner, and or whatever else going on. There are many other prevalent issues for new players, such as broken events than Spiral Abyss. I agree, but this is something Tars that I think heavily turns away. Like, I think a large reason why people don't get into the Abyss and don't get into the end game combat of this game. God damn it! Screw my freaking secondary display. Okay, this is why you don't buy it. This is why you don't buy it. This is why you don't buy friggin'... I should have just bought the expensive... Honestly, realistically, I wouldn't have been... The problem is, like, and the reason I bought the cheaper version, I wouldn't be surprised at these issues I'm having with my secondary display dying and the battery going to shit like this. I would not be surprised at all if these issues happened with the name brand one, the next stock, the $400 one. I just wasn't willing to spend $400. I'll have a solution soon, by the way, and the solution is just keeping it plugged in all the time, which is going to F the battery even further, but oh well. It means it was pointless to spend the money I spent on this for it being battery powered. But it's because of Windows. That wasn't Windows' problem. That was this product's problem that I bought. But anyways, all right, I can see again. So, like the right, like Tars. When are like if you have like been playing this game for 3 months, which is not a short amount of time. 3 months is a long time, but in the scale of like Genshin account investment, it's not that long. It's very short, right? Like you are a new player if you've only been playing 3 months, which is an absurd statement in my opinion. Like if someone told me they've been playing Tears of the Kingdom for 3 months, right? And like they've been playing Tears of the Kingdom for a long time, right? Tears of the Kingdom hasn't been out for 3 months. It's a new Zelda game, to be clear, right? Playing a game for 3 months, especially a game that wants you to play daily, is a long time. And the fact of the matter is, right, people can play this game for a while. They can get really into this game. They can even get into some of the technical things of this game and see and like start figuring out how reactions work more properly. And by the time they get to the multiple months in, probably, and start putting together teams that are more, meta. That teams that like they're using, people are using teams in the framework of how they were meant to be used, kind of thing. Which is to say, teams that should be able to clear endgame content more realistically, rather than just, oh, I got, whatever characters in the banner and threw them on a team together because I like how they look, kind of thing, right? As players transition into that point. And then they go to the Abyss, the endgame combat, and it completely f***s them for not having the highly specific requirements that this Abyss wants because, you don't have a Venti for floor 11. I'm even talking just like floor 11, right? You don't have a Venti or a Kazo or a Sucrose for floor 11 that you leveled up and are using, right? And you don't have... And then when it comes to like floor 12, right, this whole freaking ridiculous DPS check and or AoE application check on top of, this, which is not actually that hard of a situation compared to this, in my opinion. It's not very... To my initial impressions, I haven't spent as much time in the second half, obviously, yet. This is easy, and then it's probably easy based on my experience with those bosses before, and then this is the Consecrated Beast, and this I haven't tried yet to see how tanky he is, but like the amount of like elemental requirements, right? And I don't know. It's just not like the direction I think that benefits getting anyone into like the combat of this game to any meaningful degree. There's a speedrunning channel that dedicates the beginning of every new patch to see how long it takes in the 36-star Abyss. It's impossible to do it in several weeks. Requires a lot of in-game knowledge, but it's not impossible. It just really depends on how much time you want to invest in the game. That's not. I get what your point is there, Tars. That's interesting, but it's not the point I'm trying to make when it comes to like, it's not how a normal player plays the game, right? And like, I'm trying to answer the question of like, why does so much of the player base not give two flying f***s about the Abyss? And that's because they design it like this, in my opinion, right? Because a lot of people just want to like play the characters they enjoy, and they can build good teams around the characters they enjoy. You can spend months building up a Dia team because you really like Dia, you know, building up a Monopyro Dia or like a Dia that works well with Mona, and then they throw an Abyss at you where you just can't use that team at all. And I'm not saying they always have to avoid that every Abyss has to be clearable with every single team, to be clear, right? But they should have some kind of combat system that doesn't completely f*** you. If you chose to, if you dare chose to spend 2 months investing in one character that you really like, right? Like I don't know. You shouldn't have to do the amount of time investment that you have to do in Genshin to be able to realistically clear some of this stuff, without it feeling like it takes way too much of your like mental time. So I don't know. Like, ultimately, my whole argument is not like, is less on this specific Abyss and more on just Abyss in general and how shite it is as a combat system, in my opinion. Is all this really comes down to. And like, they need to add something else. It's really bad. And this is coming from, by the way, the last Abyss. I had a lot of fun doing it the first time I did it. Like, I should switch over to Polearms Only at this point before I get. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna switch to Polearms Only, and we'll see, because Polearms Only, in my opinion, is a better test of Abysses to me, because, oh, you know what? I'll use my wishes first. Now that I think about it, Polearms Only is a better test of Abysses to me, because it's like I'm obviously limited much more on my options that I can switch to, and it's just an additional litmus test, I guess, is kind of what I'm saying. So Ayaka carried in this Abyss. Oh yeah, I guess. Well, okay, the second chamber is a little oof. Second chamber is a little oof, but I can see Freeze being pretty decent, at least with the first chamber for sure. The last couple of Abysses, pulling for characters that you like are not meta and may not allow most players who want into aren't into theory crafting to clear it. It's sad. Yeah, that's kind of my overall point I'm trying to make. It's like, it's not like it's hard for me to design teams to deal with this. It's just like, I want to use the teams I want to use now to clear it, and these are characters that are like on the banner, right? And they're useful characters, and they're teams that feel good to play to me, and they're not clearing the end game content, right? With like these builds. This is, oh, what the why do you have 200 crit damage? What happened? Oh, I think I swapped to Feather. Okay, yeah, that's why. Alright, yeah, like, right? Like, yeah, I know Fischl's not level 90, right? But like, level 90 is a whole nother thing I don't even want to get into. Again, I'm talking about investment. The amount of investment it takes to get a character to level 90 is absurd, but I'm glad there's more reason nowadays to actually make, like, level 90 before Dendro reactions. Like, it was rarely worth level 90 most units, I would say. And, like, to a degree, it was like, why does level 90 exist in this game as anything other than a scam to trick people into spending more resources and leveling up characters than they should? To now, Dendro reactions give a reason for level 90 existing, but it doesn't change how absurdly, stupidly expensive it is to, like, on a resource level, for, like, how much time it takes you to get those resources to, level up a character 90, let alone their talents, like, to, like, higher talent levels, too. But, anyways, This floor 12 should have been floor 13. Only artifact boxes as rewards. Yeah, I agree. I agree. No, I need to look at that. Can you give me instructor's pieces? Screw you, game. Sure. Sure. So close, man. This was so close to a perfect piece. Sad. I don't know. It's... Star Rail showing that they have the ability and like the ideas to make fun combat systems in their game means I am extraordinarily disappointed as they keep on doing the same shit they keep on doing in Genshin. Alright, let's see. What do I want? I have no freaking clue. Something useful. Yeah. Yeah. That's useful to me. Let's see. How many of those do I have? Yeah. I got a new Dragon's Bay. How can I tell you I've wished too many times on Weapon Banner? Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't wish as much as Weapon Banner as I have on this account. Ah, man. Nothing. Yay. Okay. People have been complaining about Spiral Abyss for years at this point. Yeah, that's why it's like not cool that they haven't done anything. Like and like I'm inclined to not even like how do I, other than like putting stuff in surveys, how do I tell MiHoYo I want something that's not this shitty system, right? I want a system that like I want something in this game, right? Because like what exists in this game where I can go and test this team other than the Abyss? The answer is f***ing nothing. And I just want something. I don't even need to give rewards. I just want something. And like for God's sake, I swear to God, like even a damage dummy would be nice, because I could go through full rotations, get all my buffs up on my characters, and see what damage I get from Kirara. That would help. But like, I can only test things in the Abyss. Anything else I test on, I half the time I do Baiju, I do Fischl, I do Yai, and then I switch to Kirara and everything's dead. Even tankier enemies, right? And like something. I just want something. How do you bleep out your story? I have a button. It's just a button. So, anyways, I gotta finish my thought. Like, how do I like communicate to MiHoYo that like I'm not cool with this other than surveys? And I think do I just not bother? Do I send a signal to them that like I'm not gonna engage with their bull by just not playing floor 12? Is that what I do? Do I just not do floor 12? Do they? Because they have stats, obviously. They can see, like, oh, this account has 36 starred every single Abyss since July of last year. It has 36 starred every single Abyss. And now they just stopped? This account where I've spent well over $1,000. Actually, I think it's probably over $2,000. Factor, I almost forgot. Yeah, it's probably over $2,000 realistically. I don't know, with C6 Yalon that I wish I could refund, but oh well. Like, oh, it's an account that spent a lot of money, that has been very invested in the game, and has 36 star consistently, and has stopped doing it. Is that how is that the best signal I can tell them that I'm not cool with this? Because they clearly don't give two f***s about feedback in the survey, is what I can tell. Because they have zero transparency about what anything they're doing as a company. So I'm only left to just sit here and wonder about their philosophies. So I don't know. Anyways, let's try it. Let's try it in Polearms Only, because I think I'll enjoy this Abyss more in Polearms Only. That's my guess, at least. We'll see. No, don't click on that. Give me a second while I log in. On Polearms Only, what do I deal with this Abyss? I don't know, we'll deal with floor till we get to it. Honestly, the first chamber of floor. First we're just gonna deal with the first chamber of floor 11. So we do not have the obvious things to deal with the first chamber of floor 11, although I don't, with the investment that Polearms Only has, I don't think it'll be that hard. I don't think. We'll see though, we'll see. Alright, goodbye, turtle. I wanna specify, by the way, I'll get rid of the turtle. Did I ever say thank you for that donation I got, by the way? I think I did. I know I read it, but Rivius, if I didn't for some reason, thank you, Rivius. And I want to be clear, I said goodbye, turtle. I didn't get rid of the turtle. There we go. Bye, turtle. This frustration comes from the fact that I like the game. I really, really like the combat in this game. I hate how much investment it takes to get to the point where you can truly have fun with being creative in the combat. But I really, really like it. Nonetheless, I think it's... I don't know how much they just... it feels to me kind of like they accidentally happenstance on something really brilliant. In the nuance of it's fundamentally simple, but in depth very complicated, and it's really, really great. Like, as far as like a real-time action combat system, it's one of the best combat systems, if not the best I've ever seen, and is truly brilliant in the face of like a game that wants to use a bunch of characters, and like the idea of switching between a bunch of characters and using them together. It's really great, and it gets around like power creep issues that gacha games have too, because of the design space they have of the open design space they have of how characters interact together. So yeah, Triple Kenki is actually fun. I mean, I've said for a while I actually quite think Triple Kenki is actually a pretty good setup in the Abyss, but I like it lets you play like Triple Kenki is just have decent AoE damage and play well. Oh, I just healed Hu Tao. Sorry, Hu Tao. Like I don't know, I've maintained. I think I'm pretty sure I was always a proponent. When you probably go back in my streams, whenever Triple Kenki has shown up, I'm pretty sure I've always said that I quite like Triple Kenki. Sometimes I might complain in the moment of being like, oh, freaking buttholes, right? Because it's Triple Kenki. But I'm pretty sure I've always stated, like, Triple Kenki is something that is enjoyable because of the fact that you can just play around how they work. And other than that, it's just like have a little bit of AoE damage, right? And I've always thought they were one of the smarter ones in Abyss. But yeah, I don't know. I already have footage from my Kirara team for a Kirara video, so from the previous Abyss cycle. I don't know if I kind of want to protest that bullshit on my main account. I don't like it. But anyways. Out of stamina. That's just the Hu Tao life.
Gather.
Like the fun of if it was gonna like design a fundamental basis on what most Abysses should be clearable by, a good AoE team and a good single target team on one side, like that fundamental design structure of like a good single target team on the one side and a good AoE team on the other side is what you need to clear most abysses, is, in my opinion, how most abysses should be designed on a base level. They've been shying away from that lately, I would say, and putting more and more specific checks on top of potentially the same checks of having a bunch of AoE and single target DPS, right? And that's pretty lame. Is Burgeon Comp the most ideal team for 12-1-2? Not. I mean, it's cryo. The best elements are cryo and it's a hydro shields, right? It's hydro shields and cryo. So you want some pyro and a decent amount of it. I'd say the problem with a Burgeon Comp is like a Burgeon Comp is realistically a Toma comp, right? And Toma does not actually apply the nature of Burgeon, right? Is you don't want actually a lot of pyro application, because if you have too much pyro application, you end up like doing things like burning and whatever, and too many overloads instead of the creating blooms, right? So because the issue is like too much pyro means you're just going to interfere with reactions, and you're going to cause the reactions you don't want to happen. That's the main issue with Burgeon comps in general, and therefore I'm not going to say I don't think Burgeon's ideal for it necessarily, because it just is going to not have enough pyro realistically. You want not too much pyro app to be able to make Burgeon work properly, but then to get through the cryo Electro's shield as fast as possible, and like the cryo abyss mages to a lesser extent shields as fast as possible. I just used Shunling's burst and now I don't have Frickles. You know what? It'll probably be fine. It'll probably be fine with Shunling's burst this commission. It'll be not enough pyro. It'll be. It's either like you got enough pyro application to get through the cryo Electro shield easily, or you don't have enough pyro application. Right? There's no winning with Burgeon basically in that chamber. So, honestly, I feel like Melt is probably one of the best ways to get through it. Just having Bennett realistically. Like Bennett is enough. Honestly, Bennett is enough pyro application on his own to probably deal with the cryo Electro in most teams. Like if I'm gonna go back and do that Abyss, by the way, like I can still do what I like. If I want to use a Dia team, I'm pretty sure I could probably do a stronger team for the first half of that Abyss, of this current Abyss cycle, and then do a Dia team on the second half. And even with the last chamber being annoying, I haven't fought it yet, so I don't know how tight it would end up being. But like I might be able to actually make it work, is my point. I can definitely avoid you. I can definitely potentially make it work.
Add Thank you for
They've been deliberately switching halves.
Take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
So I understood what that was referring to. I'm just looking back through comments I kind of missed as I was talking. Hydro shields are an issue such that you inherently have low pyro application. Yeah, I mean, yeah, in a Hyper Bloom team, you wouldn't have that much of a problem with the Hydro shields at all, for sure. So, like, Burgeon would be able to get through the Hydro shields very easily. So, I don't know, it's possible to work, to be clear. I don't know, we could try it on this again, potentially. But yeah, it's just awkward. It's just kind of awkward. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's the worst team. It's probably, I mean, certainly not the worst team. You can make many worse teams probably than Burgeon for that chamber. It's just like a weird dichotomy of needing low pyro application for Burgeon to work properly, like with Toma, but then you want high pyro application to be able to get through the cryo Electro shield. But you can certainly make it work. There's options. Just depends on how flexible you are and what units you have available to you, right? But yep. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm gonna go use my resin, and then we're going to the Abyss, taking a short mental break. But yeah, if I want a 36 star on any account, I do want to like 36 star on this account, like whatever I can, because it's like an achievement thing for me, honestly, and it's satisfying for me to try to like. Even when it takes insane amounts of time like the previous Abyss cycles did on the Polearms Only, it's satisfying to be able to limit yourself as heavily as you do on something like a Polearms Only account and be able to 36 star. Might have considered redoing this Abyss with Dia second half. She doesn't have interruption res. She doesn't have interruption res in her burst, right? No, she does. Oh wait, no. Wait, what? Oh yeah, she doesn't. Right? What? I don't remember. I thought Dia had some amount of interruption resistance. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. No, Dia definitely has interruption resistance in her burst. If I recall, she can get frozen. But Dia definitely has interruption resistance in her burst because that's part of the problem. Actually, it was like she has interruption resistance, and then like she will take a bunch of damage when she's in her burst, and then she'll just like die in her burst because you don't notice her dying. School ends in 1 day. Oh yeah, it's June. Have fun. Hopefully all y'all have fun being not in school. Wow. Wow. Oh, you guys want to see... I showed this on my Discord. I imagine a lot of people watching haven't seen it. So one of my one of the dream builds I'm working towards on Polearms Only is a hybrid Raiden build. That uses Staff of Scarlet Sands on full Elemental Mastery, not Staff of Scarlet Sands, on full Elemental Mastery build of Emblem of Sever Fate. And basically that build is like, okay, try to have as much crit substats and enough ER substats on EM main stat pieces on Emblem, on full Emblem, to try to get good damage, good burst damage, good aggravate damage, while also getting like big hybrid bloom damage, right? That's the general idea. It's hybrid Raiden, and I've played with it before. It's super fun. I've already got like a pretty decent build for it. But I got one of my dream artifacts for that yesterday, which was a timepiece that was EM main stat, 4 line, had crit rate, crit damage, and ER. Like that's the dream, and like that ER is extraordinarily important because you need a lot of ER subsets. Like having like 50 crit value, like hybrid Raiden with 50 crit value pieces on every single slot would not function. Like I need a good bit of ER and substats, right? So it's a very long-term, high investment build to go towards, and it's also frustrating that like one of the main things that could allow it to work better is if like I got like better flowers and feathers with like double crit ER, but I just for the life of me I cannot get my emblem pieces for how much I have spent an absurd amount of resin in emblem on this account, and I honestly think most of my emblem pieces, I have some certainly some good ones, but honestly a lot of them are pretty cope. So anyways, it also had one other liner. It was a 4-line piece. It also had HP %, and I'll probably post a short sometime this week, hopefully maybe tomorrow or this weekend. And let's see where oh, there it is. It's just the first one. Yeah. Like it just had to roll not HP %, right? It just had to roll not HP %, and it rolled entirely into HP. And then I leveled it to 20. By the way, it rolled entirely into HP. Like I went straight from like level 1 to 18 by putting a level 20 artifact in. Rolled entirely into HP immediately after I said just don't roll HP, and then I leveled it to 20 because I always have to level these artifacts to 20 because you know. If the game trolls you, you gotta see if it commits to the full troll, and it never does. It never commits to the troll. Why? Why does it always does this shit like where it rolls entirely into one terrible stat on a piece that statistically should not roll that shit, and then unless you're unlucky, that this was definitely unlucky, and then it rolled into crit damage in the last roll, and it started with 6.2, so it was a high damage roll too. It was a high crit damage roll too, and I was just like, screw you, game. Like, commit to the troll. You stupid game. Like, if you're going to troll, commit to it. That's the thing that pisses me off the most. Is like the game trolls me, and then it doesn't even commit. Like, commit to your freaking trolls. You coward of a game. I know it's just RNG to be clear, but it just annoys me. I can never get... I never get the pieces that are full commits. Like, the game never fully commits to the troll when I get those pieces, and it annoys me. Like if it full committed to HP, that's just like a trophy artifact, right? If that was 30% HP, I'm keeping that artifact forever just for the true memory of it, and it's amazing. But I don't know. Anyway, it's fine, by the way. Like, I'm not that bummed about it because I actually already... Ooh, that could actually be another one. This could be another one. So, the real ideal piece that I actually want for full EM on Emblem Raiden is a double crit EM main stat goblet with ER on it, right? Which is... I might literally never, ever get that goblet. Maybe if they put Strongbox. Maybe if they do Emblem Strongbox, I can try to, but I'm going to have to get very lucky to get that. If that was a double crit EM with ER goblet, I would be so sad. I would be so freaking sad. But it's a timepiece, and I actually already had a pretty good EM timepiece in Emblem. It is sad, to be clear, because it could have been a nice upgrade. But I already have, where is it? I have this one, right, which has 19 ER. Crit damage is about the same. Like, yes, this has 2% more crit damage and has the minimum crit rate roll, but because it's the Staff of Scarlet Sands build, a minimum crit rate roll is not the end of the world, and the damage value, because of the attack percent and crit damage, is relatively similar to this one. So, like, crit value versus crit value, like, this is slightly at crit value, but this is attack percent, which means the damage value is relatively the same, and then it has 20% ER, which is, again, I need a good bit of ER substats on full Emblem, on Staff of Scarlet Sands Raiden, on full EM, so that's actually very important, and yeah, I digress. Point is, I already had a decent enough piece that it's not the end of the world for that piece to roll poo-poo. But if that was a goblet, oh boy, I'd be sad. That artifact is a good Hu Tao off piece. Which artifact? I missed one. Did I miss one that could be a Hu Tao piece? I assure you, it's not going to be a Hu Tao off piece, by the way, in this count. They ain't no way. There ain't no way it's going to be good enough to justify switching off of a 40 CV goblet. Just saying. like, not only a 40 CV goblet, but a 40 CV goblet very heavy in crit rate, which is something Hu Tao wants. So, there ain't no way, whatever that piece was, I don't think that is going to be an off piece for Hu Tao. Am I hyped for Fontaine? I mean, it depends what changes. We'll try it. It depends what changes they do. Oh, the EM Sands. No, not for this account. That is no. You gotta realize, like, Hu Tao is not doing... This is not a normal account, right? Hu Tao is not reacting as consistently. She's not with Xingqiu. Hu Tao without Xingqiu ain't vaping every single charge attack, and therefore the value of an EM piece, like, if you aren't doing as many reactions, the value of EM falls off a cliff. So it would may give me better big nukes with Hu Tao, sure. But no, I'm not gonna throw it away quite yet. But if I end up in a situation where I, like, run out of fodder and I need fodder, I mean, to the trash can it goes. That's basically what I'm saying. Right now I have plenty of fodder, so I might be able to keep it forever, but we'll see. We'll see. Wow. Quality. Could have been a really good piece, but sad. Oh well. No. Oh yeah, we gotta check this. Alright, let's... So, yeah, but yeah, I really wanted, like, an Emblem EM goblet specifically because I have this piece. Right, this is a 30 crit value plus 2 attack and 1 ER roll on an EM circlet. So what I really need to, like, perfect my EM Raiden is just better flowers and feathers with more ER substats that can then justify a higher crit value EM goblet, which I have no EM goblet that has any decent amount of crit as far as I remember. Yeah, I don't have... Yeah, I mean, this one with 6.6 crit rate, and this one with 16 ER, and this one with 6.6 crit rate and a little bit of ER. Like, they're not bad EM goblets, to be clear. Just nothing that's, like, double crit yet, so, you know. Let's check dish chocolate. This could be one... Like, if it's double crit, maybe. It's not. Do I keep it is the question. Do I have an EM circlet? I do. It has a bunch of ER, huh? The reason I would keep an EM circlet, right, is because if I get a it's very possible I get a non-emblem of Severed Fate EM goblet that has a double crit on it, right? It's more likely I get that than I get an emblem piece. So, using a high damage value EM circlet as an onset could be better, and therefore worth keeping. Because it has crit rate, and crit rate is slightly less valuable to me, I think it's going to get trash canned. I don't think it's good enough. It has attack percent, which is like okay, but the HP does obviously nothing. And then, yeah, if it was a 4-line, I would consider keeping it, I think. Actually, you know what, no. We give it one chance. We give it one chance. If it rolls crit rate, we give her a chance. That's the difference maker. Nope. Trash can. Attack percent is okay. Oh, it already is unlocked. Alright. I don't think I got anything else, did I? Don't think so. Got nothing else today. I mean, that piece, sure. I don't think did I get this today or did I get it yesterday? I just forgot about it. Nice. I'll take the free XP game. Thanks. Nope, I got nothing. I got nothing. Alright. Abyss time. I'm procrastinating the Abyss at this point. Doo-doo-doo. Claim. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at a different window. Alright. Got around 870 achievements. That's a lot. Bye, Dendro. Enjoy. I definitely don't have 900 achievements on this account. I probably have like 600 to 700 on my main account. And yeah, 450 on this account. Yeah. Silly churl, Billy churl, Billy blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, I don't care. Yep. I did 36 star. I didn't 36 star the previous cycle, but I did 36 star. That's the miserable, the first cycle. I don't know what the frick is the. There's no. What is the verbiage? But what is the? You would think I would know, but I don't actually like partake in like the part of the community that like theory crafts around specific abysses because I enjoy. I see random little videos that people link or that pop in my feed, but I don't purposely seek out. So I for the love of me, I cannot figure out. Wait, what am I supposed to say? Because like there's the 6-week cycles, right? Of and that's what's more important in my opinion. Of like these like the current abyss cycle is what we're stuck with. It was 6 weeks, but then there's also it changes. The blessing changes every 2 weeks. Is that called a new cycle? I generally speaking, when I use cycle, I would refer to the cycle as more the entire 6 weeks. Because the enemies being different is far more important than the blessing, in my opinion. But I think most people, when they refer to cycles, and that's why I kind of like trip over my mouth whenever I say it, are referring to more the 2-week cycles. So anyways, I 36 started the previous cycle is what I'm saying on this account. I just didn't bother with the following blessing resets because no, it took too much time with the worst blessing. I wasn't going to try with the better blessing. It wasn't worth my time. I did it on the hard one. I guess I should show proof. There you go. 36 star on that miserable cycle, and I literally didn't even do any. I definitely could have 33 star without, honestly. Like, it probably would have taken me like 30 minutes. I just didn't care. It wasn't worth the 100 premos. It wasn't worth my time. Next video title: Dreams Are Dead, Sand Isn't Real, and F Hoyo Abyss Runs. Yeah, maybe. No, I don't know what I'm gonna do exactly for the Kirara video now. It really annoys me that they made that as stupid as it was, but whatever, it's fine. If the Kirara video doesn't come out this weekend, this Abyss is why. But we'll see. I'll have to go through how much footage I have and figure out. Let's see. Okay. I'm not. There's a very good chance I don't 36 star this Abyss in this stream. I want to be clear. There's a good chance one of my this weekend streams is gonna be trying to actually 36 star on this Abyss. We're just doing like preliminary testing here today. But anyways, first. Why am I delaying doing things? Let's just What do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see anyone in particular? Through like floor 11? Sino, Hutal, Melt Teams, Hybrid Bloom. I wonder, you know what? I haven't really tried C6 front-loaded versus DPS. This is basically my overworld team. Let's put them in the right slots. This is basically my overworld team. I like this for overworld, but you want Xiao? We don't have any of the right good teammates for Xiao. Xiao does not feel very good in this count. Fine. Fine. We'll do Xiao. We'll do Xiao. Let's see, we'll do Xiao. I'm not bending the rules at all. We'll do Xiao. We'll do Xiao. Let's. What is Sino on, by the way? Let's put you back on this if we're not using Rosaria. You still had that. Okay, that's fine. What? No. Okay, good. You're fine. Fine. We'll use Xiao. We'll use my favorite team that Xiao is involved in, okay? We'll use my favorite team that Xiao is involved in, okay? I actually really like this team. Xiao is not like that important here. He's kind of just there. Look, because Xiao's very important for the account for being Animo, but yeah, he's not bad. It's just like we don't have like the right things to make him work really well. Is what I would probably describe it as. I probably should have done burst first so I didn't push them apart, but he's okay. He's okay. You already did. Aw, yes. Hydra Hutal, let's go. More having to run through enemies constantly. Wow, how fun this is. How? There we go, okay. Blam. Hey, I gotta say one thing, by the way, for this stream. At least YouTube chat is functioning. I haven't had to refresh it once. What a world. What a world. Oh, well, okay. Alright, see, I will use Xiao here, okay? You can't complain to me I'm not using Xiao, because I'm definitely using Xiao. I am using Xiao, okay? Really? I am using Xiao, as you can see.
Don't be scared.
See, look, I'm using Xiao. He do plunges. He do damage. What a world. Xiao so strong. You're trying to get 33 or 36 stars. The goal on Polearms Only is always 36 stars on new enemy cycles. I am not going to give a guarantee that we're going to 36 star if it takes a long time on new blessing cycles, but new enemy cycles like this, I want to 36 star. Are we going to do it today? Not necessarily. My little being sad about endgame combat rant on my main account makes me not super enthused to spend a lot of time optimizing Abyss on Polearms Only today. So this is more just initial testing on Polearms Only. No, I don't know. Maybe it'll be easier than I think. It's possible. It's possible that it'll be easier than I think. All my everything's out of whack now, cause yeah, whatever. Floor 9. Let's just get through it. Really? I didn't hit. Oh my god.
Grant us your blessing. Yield. You're toast.
Bro, can your shield not magically block a spinning fire thing of death? I don't know if I ever heard that sound from Huta before. I don't have a shield on her and I heard it go, ugh. Don't let them get a pillar. You got a pillar, didn't you? No, he didn't. Good. You know what I really can't wait for Fontaine? Different floor 9 and 10. No. As far as Fontaine is concerned, I don't know. It looks... I don't mean to be a pessimist, but like... The Soul Rush event felt like them testing out 3D, like, 3-axis navigation. And in the Soul Rush event stream, I kind of said how crap it was. So... I don't know if their exploration in the underwater areas of Fontaine is that, I'm not going to be the most enthused about that aspect of Fontaine, as far as exploration goes at least. But it depends what it visually looks like, and many other factors than that, to be clear. So, we'll see. Fontaine could be... I'd say Fontaine is a the 4.0 update is relatively important, less because of like Fontaine specifically though, and more because of like Star Rail showing me that like they have the capability and the thoughts to do many quality of life things, and if they do like none of the quality of life things that Genshin needs, most prominent among them, not only stay in my mind, is of course an endgame combat system that is not this god awful thing. Then I don't know. If Fontaine is just, hey, it's a new area to explore, like a new Archon quest, it's like cool. I guess. Like I'll enjoy it. I'm sure Fontaine will be enjoyable. Can I get a? I swear to God, I not got a single fab proc. I got freaking energy back from Zhongli's freaking pillar before I got a fab proc. Oh my god. Oh, rip that mushroom. He spawned and I immediately murdered him. Not a long life for that one. Wait, Raiden's coming back? Of course Raiden is coming eventually. I would not be surprised to see Raiden come in the next patch, but I also wouldn't necessarily expect it. It's not been leaked that Raiden's coming next patch. Only I'm 40k's VV shred with Sino, not something you normally do, but man, if only VV could trigger off field, and Sino would have a field day with VV shred. But in this team, the reason it works is because like you just add in Sino's, like aggravate ends up like ending pretty quickly because of Yao Yao, so you just end Sino's burst really quickly, to try to keep up all the buffs that you need. And it generally works, and I quite like how this Sino team feels to play. It's quite fun. I like Sino with no shield. I know it's a not popular opinion among people who use Sino, but I think many people who use Sino like feel he has to have some amount of like heavy interruption resistance with the likes of Zhongli or whatever. I do not like it. I really like the having to play better feel of Sino teams without a shield. But anyways, gotta go, Mr. Streamer. Y'all suffer. Bye, Sapphire. Thanks for joining. That reminds me, I should probably get more YouTube mods, but it'll be fine. Bots haven't been a problem lately. He says 2 minutes before a bot invasion. Let's do Sino team first half this time. Why not? Doesn't really matter. Please.
Don't be scared. There is no escape.
Well, here, we'll use Xiao. See? I use Xiao. I get lots of value out of using Xiao. He is strong. He's not bad. He's one of our, genuinely, he's one of our better AoE damage dealers. It's just a problem of, like, there's no, like, obvious team synergies we have with him. Other than Zhongli, to be clear.
Shine down.
Really? Oh, I was gonna use Sino, but Electro Slimes, so, you know what? Xiao's time to shine. Blame. I despise using Zhongli. Yeah, I will. I've been tempted by him on my main account before because only because of his universal res shred. That like makes him a useful buffer. Outside of just, you know, oh, Zhongli do be shielding, but yeah, I just don't want him. I'm just never going to. With an asterisk of if I ever accidentally get him, because like if my choice is between wishing for Yai and Zhongli when a Kirara character 4 stars on the banner, and I do a few 10 pulls to try to get those characters, the 4 stars I want, and I end up with an accidental Zhongli, then I might get a Zhongli. But I'm never going to be like, yeah, I'm going to pity, I'm trying to get Zhongli on my main account. He's very useful on Polearms Only, but that's more, and I'm fine with it, and I rely on him. But that's more the limitations of Polearms Only necessitating it than me being like, yeah, I really like playing with Zhongli. I find him boring and emblematic of issues in MiHoYo's combat design philosophy. Wow, I have no energy. Whoops.
There is no escape.
It's fine, because Xiao will kill everything. Let's kill the archers, because they're buttholes. Good job, Xiao. Wait, how are you still alive? There we go. Hello. Ow. Oh. I didn't realize that one was close to dead. Alright, then. That works. Hello, friend. Zhongli makes clearing earlier floors of Abyss nice and mindless, by the way, which is not a bad thing. I understand why so many people like him, but yeah, I just think he's representative of like some of the aspects of Genshin's, mostly MiHoYo's design philosophy when it comes to combat in this game, than anything else. Because I'd like to see them more do things like incentivizing, you know, triple Kenki situations where we have to like think a little bit more about how we play and dodge around things. And it's kind of why part of the reason I like the Consecrated Beast is because even Zhongli's shield doesn't protect you fully from the Consecrated Beast, which I find kind of fun. So, anyways, mad at Hoyo for not making Layla a catalyst. Yeah, that was a total BS. Layla would be way more relevant and not completely forgotten if she was a catalyst. But sadly, this is not the world we live in. I gotta use my wishes. Remind me to use my wishes on this account too, by the way. My standard wishes, not limited wishes. I don't know, it burst up again. It's fine. Let's do Raiden. I mean, Raiden's on Kenshi crit. Let's see if we can see a single crit. Hey, there's a crit. I think there's a 12k. Let's go. Raiden has like 12% crit rate or something. Ow, ow, ow. Hey, there we go. Now we have it up. Alright. Let's do... whatever. It doesn't matter. You, stop. Stop. Hello, friend. You're alive. Oh, can you not kill me? That would be not ideal. Is he gonna burn to death? He's gonna burn to death. Get wrecked. Layla's second best shield right now. Yeah, I don't like how her like she's like fine as a really generic shielder. I don't like how her burst functions and how she generates energy. It's really annoying. She's a garbage ass battery, and like you need your supportive units to beat batteries, generally speaking. And Down is a really good battery, even if she has worse shield. And Down also heals a little bit. So like, did you try Mika as a healer? I have. Yes, he exists. But like, when I have Zhongli and I have Yao Yao, there's not that much need for another healer outside of the situations of where I would want Yao Yao and Zhongli in the same team, therefore necessitating some kind of healer slash shielder on the other side. But I also have Toma that I could put on shielding, so it's like the use of Mika on this account is very, very, very low. I did find like teams for Mika that like were kind of fun, like physical Zhongli was kind of fun and worked better than you might expect, but like for the state my account is in, it's just like not relevant really. Is kind of all it came down to. So yeah, I don't know. It's sad. Like I've said before, like I think Mika I would have genuinely enjoyed a lot when I was early on this account. When I had less options and like, as a normal attack, as a mostly is like his biggest value in my opinion is less his physical buffing and more Mika's ability to buff normal attack speed, and that's just something that changes the way characters feel to play, even if it isn't like mathematically better because of like hit lag issues and whatever. It changes how they feel to play, which is meaningful, and because of that, I think Mika is genuinely just like really only valuable largely as like an overworld casual do you like to attack faster unit. Other than that, he's pretty bad. He's pretty bad. As if I was gonna make a Polearms tier list, he's definitely on the bottom. I'm sorry. I also don't like his voice. So it's no offense to the voice actor people. I just don't like how his voice sounds. And the voice actor probably did a good job for how presumably Mahoya wanted him to sound. He certainly sounds like the voice actor was going for something very specific. So I just don't like it. You're annoying. It's grating to my ears. Alright, we in the fun chambers now. Oh yeah, we have the Abyss Lecture we had to deal with. So Sino probably not ideal for the first chamber. Probably. Yarp. So, yep, let's just... We're sticking with the same thing. That should be fine, because we can try to use Zhongli to freeze some things that prevents them from damaging for a short bit of time. We can kill them in the meantime. And yeah, 2 and 3 are going to be fine. And then, yeah, we'll see. It should be fine, I think. Speed buff Mika with Yunjin along with normal attack Hu Tao. The problem is, like, he doesn't do anything other than his attack speed buff, right? Like, I could do it if you want to see how fast it goes. It's just, like, not actually valuable, especially because Hu Tao does, I don't know, it's like, I could do it if you want. I could do Mika, if you want full normal attack buffing Hu Tao, Mika, Candace, Yunjin, Hu Tao. There you go. Then we'd have, like, plus 35% attack speed and all the normal attack buffs in the world. Alright, can I get this on these? They're going to be immune to that, aren't they? God dang it. Alright, it's fine.
Nice and spicy. Grant us your blessing. Ha, too easy.
I'm stuck on this freaking pillar, man.
Order guide you.
Don't touch my thingy.
Solidify.
Get out of the air.
I will have order.
Did he attack me? I thought. Okay, good. He attacked me. Good.
Nice and spicy. Grant us your blessing. Yeah.
He can die.
Gather.
Get them.
Not really that much of a surprise, but I did a lot better with that on... Yeah, I mean, that's just to do enough damage and it's not a problem situation, right? But like, it's funny that the Kazuha Dia team was doing worse in that specific section than on my main account.
Shine down.
Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due. Guilty.
Oh, that was just dumb. I don't have any aggravates going because... Yeah, but... You leave it alone.
Your penance is due.
Don't be scared.
Restart the cycle.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty.
Now we get aggravates. Yay.
Your coming was foretold. Your penance is due.
No.
You play.
That's it. For it. Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned.
Ow. Stop. Oh my god. Don't die.
Guilty.
There we go. Okay, not too bad. Sino's almost dead. That's fine. We have a burst up. Believe in Pogo Stick Man. Oh yeah, was I supposed to use Xiao there? Was I supposed to use Xiao there? I forgot. Behold. I don't.
Solidify. This is order.
I will behold. I can just destroy you. Look at that. I was just Candace and Xiangling there going burr. Oops, I forgot to cancel. Oh god, can I cancel properly? There we go. There we go. But it's funny that for me to clear floor 12 chamber 1 I gotta use the burst that restores 30% of health card. I mean the thing with that is like it lets you just be like more hyper focused on damage, right? Because you can just like you don't have to worry about healing at all. So it's honestly I think the burst restore 30% of health card is honestly one of the more underrated cards.
Nowhere to run.
Let's heal Sino just to...
There is no escape.
Wrong gator.
Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due.
Really?
Guilty.
I'm forgetting to actually use Thundering Fury, by the way, I'm aware.
Guilty.
For the eternal oasis.
You stand condemned.
Stay put. Insolent.
Can I switch? Let me switch my units.
Through me, justice is served. Guilty.
Really? Oh my god, can this stop? Stop! Oh my gosh.
Nowhere to run.
The eternal
Thank you.
oasis at long last.
Freaking buttholes.
Surrender.
Shine down. Useless.
Evil conquering.
Look, I've used Xiao.
Here.
Xiao does things. Xiao does plunges. I'm using Xiao like you're supposed to. Wham. 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 Yeah, this chamber 11 or floor 11 feels less butthole-ish than the previous one to me. Like the combination of the Hydra mimics, like making dying accidentally pretty easy, but made it I think really frustrating, without having certain things to protect you from it, and then the chamber 3 being like actually miserable. I don't think it's as bad, but we'll see when we actually get to this on weapons only. That'll be the real test.
I will have order.
Should have done Candace first. Whatever.
Do your work. We shall.
just Candace did that. Or not just Candace. I mean, Candace enabled that. I think, was Candace reacting more there? Or was, and that was probably realistic. I was applying Hydro so fast that Xiangling should have been the one reacting mostly there. All rosy, just Xiangling, indeed. Indeed. Oh, this. Oh, you know what? You know what? Okay. Teleport to me? Hello? Hello? Teleport to me? Hello? Hello? Okay. Lament. I should have had Riding Up, by the way, because that would have had an additional application. But
Worthless. Impossible.
okay. We'll try that again. That was a bit of goof.
Stabilize. Order guide.
Yield. Grant us your blessing. Your toast. Nice and spicy. Do your worst. Huh? I heard. Please, hear my prayer. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Gather.
Out of my sight.
Blam.
Winter.
Floor 11 feels like CC hell. I mean, I didn't have CC. Well, I mean, I had Zhongli a little bit. Like, realistically, though, most of, like, the first chamber, like, the CC requirement, like, I bypassed just by having enough damage. So you can just do enough damage. It's the problem of, like, a lot of teams nowadays require a lot of, like, specific setups to deal damage. Versus someone like the team I was using, it was just like, Hu Tao, go. And I didn't have to worry about it much, right? Okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. And now we do this. Alright. I really need them, like, all to kind of group together for this to work properly, but it's fine. Getting two of them is good enough, and then we should get this one shortly.
The day has finally come.
Bro, can you stop dying? I'm not redoing with... I'm not redoing that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Xiao.
You stay condemned. Their penance is due. You stay condemned. Guilty.
I don't understand how I have aggravate going on them right now, by the way, but it's fine, I'll take it.
Illusion shattered.
Oh, I forgot. Raiden doesn't proc off of these buttholes. I forgot.
There is no escape.
Through me, justice is served. You stay condemned. Their penance is due.
Illusion shattered.
How are you guys still alive? Bruh. Oh my god. Can you guys, like, actually cease? Thank you. You needed one Dendro application. Two. They needed literally two little radishes in their face, and they did. Alright, then, sure. Alright, floor 11, no problem. That's good. Yeah, I think floor 11 is... I'm glad. Floor 11 is back to, like, being, in my opinion, the right level of difficulty it should probably be at. So that's a good thing. Alright, before we get into the whole mess here, let's get the real content you're here for. Artifacts. Like that. Yeah, I mean, I should probably look at the exiles pieces, but let's be real. I only care about, really? I wanted instructors, but oh well. I should maybe save these. I don't really need more Hydra Goblets, but I'll take a potential onset Hydra Goblet. Is that... I don't think I care about that. Alright, I mean, onset Hydra Goblet with a crit line and ER could potentially be useful for, I don't know, Candace, like, theoretically. We do two-piece combos with that set on Candace. I don't think I have any existing piece of that set that I've gotten that's good from the boxes here, but I should probably save them. Honestly, I should really save them, because chances are the new set they add in Fontaine is going to be good enough to not bother using those, but I don't know. I can't stand the red the red mark. Wait, does the red mark go away if you just click on them? I actually have never noticed, because I always unset them. I always just open them. But anyways. But yeah, good old onset goblet that I'm probably not going to use. Blam. Blam. Alright, as far as standard wishes on this account goes, why do I have 10? I don't know where I got 10 from. I apparently just saved that many up. I didn't realize to save. Alright, I don't think we're near pity. I think we're at like 35 or something. So, I expect nothing, and I want nothing other than like Tomacons or like Xiangling or something, so... yeah, go! Yay! Blam! Xiangling! Toma! Xiangling! Toma! Xiangling! Toma! Is there a 4-star here? Xiangling! Toma! Hey, a Fav Lance! You know what? Actually, that's pretty good. Okay, it's something useful. Let's go. We got a Fav. And the funny thing is that actually may be the first time I can be like, okay, I can refine a Fav. Because as you can see here, I actually have a spare Fab. There are definitely situations where I've needed 5 Fabs. That's why I have 5 leveled up. The question is, is there going to be a situation where I need a 6th? Is there going to be a situation where I need a 6th Fab Lance leveled up? I did indeed just get the best polearm in the game there. I think I'm safe to refine it now. And the value of the refines are potentially quite valuable, because I can put like refines on like the Shenhe and like Zhongli don't need the refines as badly because they have like AoE hit moves, so they're more likely to proc Fav. But like Yunjin, oftentimes, well, you can hold her E to hit a little bit of AoE. Or Yunjin Yaya, right, could use refinements. So like I would very much like some refinements. You need 8 Fav Lances in worst case. True. True. I gotta save it, because yeah, 2 DPS spears, 6 Fav Lances. Heck yeah, I know. See, that's why. There's definitely been situations where I need 5. I don't think I've had a single situation where I felt the need to have 6. So I think I will refine this, but I'm gonna wait a little bit because I'm not very confident. Okay. Claim. 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 Lance. Rare standard banner W, indeed. Hello, name I can't read. Welcome to the stream. Let's, alright. Polearms Only, let's, oh boy. Okay. Sino. I hate using Sino against this butthole, though. What are we doing? Okay, second half. The Pyro and Cryo. Do we do... This just wants whatever, do damage. And this wants Cryo and or Dendro, Hydro, and Pyro. I'm leaning towards something like Hutao, Rosaria, Candace, Zhongli on the second side. Gives us the Hydro for Inquisitive Baptist. And the Cryo that we need for both these buttholes and this. It's not my preference because, well, I don't know. I think it'll work fine. I'm gonna have to look at what Rosaria's got for ER in this team though. And then this side. Do I just do the same Sino team? I don't know. It's weird. I don't like this. I don't like this. I do not like. It's annoying. I might need to do a more AoE focused team. My name translates to love me. Okay, I'll try to remember. Oh boy. Maybe I should just, I think I should just, what I've always had to do, not always necessarily, but what I've usually had to do is like switch teams for different chambers on Polearms Only, and I should probably do the same here. And just, maybe I should deal with chamber 2 and 3, and then come back to chamber 1. Is kind of what I'm leaning towards. Which in that case, I was going to say Melt. Melt could actually deal with second half of chamber 1 really well. I don't know about this one. The Hydra was, or no, the Hydra, the yeah, the Pyro, with a Melt team, the Pyro would be the only real problem here. But I think we can get through the Pyro shield with Cryo good enough that it wouldn't be a problem, maybe. So I don't know, maybe a Melt. God, this is annoying. This is annoying, friggin' Abyss. Yeah, I know 12-3 first half is not gonna be great with his team. I do Melt. This dude is not ideal with Melt because he zoops the frick around, and this Melt team wants like enemy and spot, right? So it's not ideal. But I don't know. I think it might be the ideal team for the first chamber. And then this chamber, our options are either Hu Xiao Go or maybe Hyperbloom Virgin Go. I think we're gonna try Hyperbloom Virgin Go first. So let's try this. I want to see how this does in the first chamber, because this is basically the same thing I did actually. Yeah, this is actually exactly the same thing now that I think about it that I did in the previous Abyss, but just in a different situation. This Abyss isn't that hard as far as I know. Good pun. Sino tier pun. Good job. Alright, let's just try it. Let's just try it. Enough faffing about with thinking. Let's just try it. I'm sorry for boring people to death. ER is fine. I forgot to group.
Don't be scared.
Pin them down.
I forgot Candace did that to Whopper Flowers. It's been a bit since I had to deal with Whopper Flowers with Candace. I forgot she sends them to Kingdom Come, and positioning with Candace on her skill there is a little important. I group them up to immediately be like, no.
You're up.
Do your work.
Ah, frick. Oh gosh, oh gosh. This is the fun of not having any grouper on the account. I don't have Yao's freaking skill up. God dang it. Okay, it's probably fine. It's fine. There we go. Okay, there we go. It's good.
Don't get too close. I got you covered.
I didn't use Canda's burst. Whoops. Whoops. It's fine.
Yield. Fire it up.
And they're all apart from each other. Oh, great. Oh, good. This Abyss, man. Also, only 2 of them died. Okay. 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 It's fine.
You're up.
Flee. Hear my breath. There is no escape.
Don't get too close. Supporting fire.
Go get it, you Glade.
Only 1 died there. Where did the other one go?
We shall prevail.
Check this out.
Where's the other one? Where did you... Where were you?
Hear my prayer. Shine down.
Fire it up.
Go away.
Freaking butthole. Just time that dude wastes.
You Glade. You're up.
You're exposed. Yeah. There is no escape.
Don't get too close. I got you covered.
We shall prevail.
Why? Brain, why did you do that?
Go get it, you Glade.
No, they weren't grouped together enough. This is not the attempt. What? Okay. This is just... Yeah, this is not the attempt.
Yield. Grant us your blessing.
Fire it up. Supporting fire.
Where are... I hate these things. I hate these things. This chamber sucks. Why? Why do they put this many of these things in the way they're spawning in this abyss together? I tried to pop her skill, but it wasn't back, so cool. Thanks, game. You know what? I just realized we should try my strategy of going over here.
Don't be
Okay,
scared.
that's fine. It's fine.
We shall prevail.
That's fine, but it's fine.
Don't get too close. I got you covered.
Be sorry. Thank you.
Do your worst. Yeah. Hear my prayer.
Fire it up.
Go get it, you Glade.
No, that's no. No. That was way too scuffed. So blue mate feeling right here. That's what I'll say. I want to try to find a spot where I can get them at least slightly to the right, where the other one starts spawning, but yeah, I'm probably going to try the aggravate team. It's just like, it's going to have the same... The reason I didn't lean towards trying that initially was because of the issues I had with my aggravate team on my main account, but I should... Why is there no skill resets? I don't know. Okay, love everything. Can I get far enough over? Oh, you butthole! Freaking teleport! Oh, now he did. Okay.
Don't be scared.
Yes, well, maybe I can't complain since he listened anyway.
Shine down.
Also, we lost like 10 seconds though, regardless.
Go away.
Flee. There is no escape. Hear my prayer. Yield.
Didn't get anything hit with that. Cool. I'm not playing a Dendro because everything. Okay. Okay. You know what? No. Nah. You don't have that much AoE anyways. What are you talking about? This entire team is AoE. That entire Hybrid Bloom team is AoE. Or that hybrid Bloom Virgin, whatever the frick team, soup, whatever, I don't care what you call it. That entire team is focused on AoE. It's a problem of the enemies aren't grouped and they end up spawning in random ass locations, and like so like trying to control their grouping constantly is utterly miserable. Toma's E is removing energy because of Katane, which is annoying as fuck, but it's fine. I kind of don't like Katane that much, to be honest, because of that. It makes him take slightly more field time than I feel like he needs to. But honestly, because of the fact that we don't have constellations for him, and once we have constellations, it becomes even less of an issue. So I would really like some Toma constellations. It'd make Virgin feel way better. Okay, I try to remember what my normal rotation was for Meld. It's been a while since I actually probably tried to think about things. It's fine. All right. Let's something like this, I think. Let's see. Let's go. Yeah, we're just gonna try aggravate, I guess. Let's just try it. And we'll try last slot. Who do we want? I kind of want to put Xiao in. Not that it makes sense, but simply that Xiao would be there to do something. I'd probably Yunjin, realistically. I could do Xiao, to be clear, but it's probably worse than Yunjin as long as I can keep Yunjin's burst up. I think you should focus on other chambers. Yeah, I might. I probably will. I just want to try a few more things here just to see before I move on. Brain, you got a group.
Shine down. And step.
I'll just spread them apart, but whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter as much for this team.
Guilty. Your penance is due. You stay condemned.
Really?
Guilty.
Why? How did I not get that?
Stay put. There is no escape. Strike is one. And step.
Through me, justice is served. You stay condemned. Your penance is due. You stay condemned. Your penance is due.
Oh, frick.
Don't be scared.
I need to group them. I'm being dumb. Okay.
Shine down. Break a leg. And leap.
Judgment is upon you. Guilty. You stay condemned. Guilty. You stay condemned.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma
I
shaking
swear to God, I switched to Yunjin there.
finale.
Whatever, it's fine.
Go!
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due. You stay condemned.
I really hate this. This is just not fun to deal with in any way. It's obvious it's not working. It's really obvious it's not working. I genuinely think that the best way to deal with them might just be like Xiao and try to kill them as fast as possible. Oh, by the way, Rosaria has the wrong weapon for Melt right now, but I just realized, but it's fine. I'm more just testing the first half of Chamber 1 right now anyways, so it's fine. Like, let's just do something really freaking weird, right? And the reason I'm doing this, it's just Hyper Bloom Core plus Hu Tao, which is gonna F things up, probably. But I want to test it for the sake of like seeing what Hu Tao does on her own kind of thing. The reason I don't just do a normal Hu Tao team here is just because I didn't ride in. I did not mean to press that button. You know, overloading, not ideal. I forgot about overload. Also, not doing like any damage with Hu Tao. Why? Probably because there's Pyro Rocket Flowers. Oh, wait, also because Popper Flowers take a shit ton of less elemental damage in general, and I don't have Zhongli's shield or Shred. Yeah, alright, that was a dumb idea. That was a dumb idea. That was a dumb idea. Okay. I don't know. I had a lot of fun like tacking around on this on the previous Abyss, like Abyss enemies and whatever enemy cycle, and how difficult that was to deal with on Polearms Only. This is just not fun, honestly. Like the way they spawn, how fucking annoying the enemies are with their movement and going invisible. Like, I just why? Like, why? Why would they do it like that? Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore Chamber 1 for now. I don't know. I'll think more on that later. It's I also gotta test and figure out how good like what melt like how good is melt, for example, on the second half chamber, right? Because if I learn that melt is good enough to clear the second half in a minute, right, then obviously that helps deal with the first half quite a lot. But if melt gets its best clear in a minute and a half, 2 minutes, then I'm basically I'm effed right now is my current impression. Because like I don't know. Aggravate really didn't work that well. I could put Raiden on some better artifacts for the Aggravate team, and that would help slightly. But it honestly kind of feels like I should just do a very AoE focused team for the first half, and then so like genuinely melt actually might work pretty well as long as I can kill things quick enough. And then the second half, what do I do then? I do melt in the first half. The second half I could do Hyper Bloom potentially. Hyper Bloom, no, I could do the Burgeon Hyper Bloom. I could try Burgeon even though someone else mentioned. I was talking about Burgeon not being ideal in this situation, but Burgeon might actually be good enough. With melt in the first half just killing things fast. So I got some things to try is my point. It's just really freaking annoying. So let's try Chamber 2 and Chamber 3. Alright. So this butthole, my preferred way of dealing with it is ever since getting Hu Tao is the best at dealing with it because it runs the frick away, it teleports around, and it lifts slightly in the air and makes melee attacks not hit it. Then I just need to do as much damage in a really short burst as possible, and Hu Tao is good at that. So I like Hu Tao for the second chamber. And then it comes down to for second half. This one is just kind of whatever. This butthole, obviously we got Hu Tao for the frost. For flame, we can certainly throw Candace in. The problem with throwing Candace in is and then we don't have Candace for this side, but that is pretty bad. Honestly, this is a bit miserable. and potentially we want like a Hybrid Bloom Burgeon setup. Like a Hybrid Bloom Burgeon can deal with this pretty easily. But it can do, I don't know, I can maybe do Melt on the first side. Dealing with this and dealing with this, and that should work actually pretty well. And then it's just a matter of, I really prefer having Zhongli for Hu Tao. I really prefer having Zhongli for Hu Tao though. Is probably the biggest downside to this. There's not really another option for Melt other than Zhongli. I could do Xiao. I haven't tried Melt with Xiao. I could try it. No protection, just no. Do I try Melt without any protection against the consecrated beasts? Oh God. I feel like the Hu Tao can get away without second chamber or first chamber getting through it in the first, maybe a bit struggle, but might have to put you on more actual artifacts. Do I do normal attack Hu Tao? I could do normal attack Hu Tao. No. Anyway, the flood part. What does the flood part want? It wants Cryo or Dendro. Do I just throw Xiao in here to deal with the trying to get through, make it easier to get through this part, and then also just as a healer and to get through the Hydro part of this one? Maybe that'll work. Sure, let's do that. And then the last teammate for Hu Tao. Well, actually, what I'd prefer to do is honestly like Xiao Toma, because then I can at least get really big vaporizes really big monopyro damage. I don't know if I can deal with this Beholden though. He might be a bit of a pain in the butt with his Hydro part. Right. So we're gonna try Yao Toma, which means we actually have a Burgeon team here. Oh God. Okay, fine. It's fine. Just do it. Let's just do it. Oh. Oh yeah, this is Toma is not on a shield build, and I really don't feel like switching his artifacts, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. This team is not in the right slots that I'm used to having on them, but you know what? Whatever. I'm gonna retry because my brain was talking. Oh boy. Oh, Rosario. Okay, no. We gotta redo because Rosario's in the wrong build or wrong weapon. I just need to swap her weapon, I think. Number one reason I want another Staff of Scarlet Sands is just so I don't have to constantly do this. No. Abandon. And then this one is just going to be, what is the rotation of this team? I don't even know. Do I even bother with doing the burning core? I don't know. Oh, it's oh boy. I kind of want to just go screw it, no protection, and do Xiao. But the real problem is just the shield. It's just the shields. Oh, I love shields in this game. It's really cool. I have to make teams around them. It's really fun. But, you know, whatever. This might be the least fun Abyss ever. I didn't walk backwards. This might be the least fun Abyss ever, honestly.
Solidify! I will have order!
Unleash! By ordinance divine! You're toast! Bubba, get the... You can't run!
I didn't hit with a skill because he teleported while you bought off.
Obey! Unleash! Do your master's bidding! Out of the frying pan. Punishment! Manifest! Judgment!
Gather.
Why the one? Why? They didn't move properly.
I will
Buttholes.
have order.
Unleash! Cryo incarnate! Nice and spike! You can't run! Lights out. Manifest!
See what I was talking about with Melt being pretty good with this. Oh, was one of them invisible? Frick! One of them went invisible and it didn't actually kill him. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. We're doing this not for this clear right now anyways. But I don't know, yeah, Melt is the best team I have in this count, I think. Feels good to play. And it just wrecks. And this butthole just is a butthole. Can I? Oh, I don't have shield up. How are you alive over there? Whatever, I'm not. I'm just gonna make sure I get energy up. Alright, yep. You do. No, don't kill him.
Quake.
Really?
Solidify.
You can't run.
Love the targeting of Rosaria's thing. Okay, we just don't have energy on Rosaria. Whatever. Whatever, it'll probably be fine. If we get some fat procs, it'll be fine. Okay, what the frick is this team, man? Oh, I love this Abyss. This is really cool. We'll do this, whatever, it's fine.
Fire it up. Here's backup.
Really? Why? I swear to God, I'm trying to sprint cancel. It's not working. What is happening? I need my burst back. God fucking damn it. Well, this is not great.
Don't get too close.
This team does not feel good. What a surprise. Stop. Stop. Oh my God, these friggin' assholes. God, I love Mahoyo and their design philosophy. Ow? Could you not? Just realized I put Xiao with Hu Tao, by the way, which like, is not great for reasons that are maybe obvious. Bro, stop. Can you like stop? I just used that to iframe. That was actually on purpose. Stop freezing me! Oh my God. Bro, okay, Hydro pods, get the fuck away from him. God. Oh, there's two fucking cryo. I thought there was two Hydro ones for some reason. Oh, good. That's what I want. Two cryo behoes. I switched. Go yourself, game. I saw Hu Tao's get hit, and I was like, alright, time to switch off Hu Tao. And the game said, no, you don't get to switch. It popped up, no, you don't get to switch for reasons. Because, you know, switching the characters is the most important mechanic in this game, and we don't want that to make sense to work properly. said we just like want to have the players be pissed off at our game. That makes sense.
Stabilize. Order guide.
By ordinance divine. Yeah. Shiver. Chia. Shoo. Obey. You can't run.
This is order. Gather.
Unleash. Cryo incarnate.
Eat this! Punishment! Yeah!
Oh my god, I love when you kill enemies with the Rosaria's first skill usage, by the way, and then because the second part of the skill doesn't connect, you don't get energy. That's really cool design, Mario.
Manifest.
Also, can you asshole? Why? Can you like group yourself? Fuckwad? Why the fuck should you just sit 5 miles away and shoot at me? I don't know why I reset. There's no reason to even reset there. I'm not even going for 3-star in this chamber.
I will have order. Solidify.
Unleash. Do your master's bidding.
You're toast!
Judgment. Shiver. Hit. Manifest.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Gather. Order guide.
Unleash. By ordinance divine.
Nice and spicy!
Punishment. Obey. You can't run.
Hello, can more than one of you move? Thank you.
Solidify. This is order.
One of them is not in the range. Whatever.
Cryo incarnate.
You're toast! Amplify! Yeah!
Shiver. Hip. Unleash. Judgment.
Bro, can I not get stuck against shit? There's one alive still. Where is the living one? Bro, God, I love, like, Mario, I can see the invisible one. Let me target the fucking invisible one. This fucking game, man. I'm sorry. Like, what the actual fuck? Why do they want to make this so shit to play? Why did I reset again, by the way? I keep on resetting out of habit. After they get their shields, Candace kind of does nothing. Oh, yeah, that's fair. In the second half.
Order guide. Solidify.
Candace isn't just there for this chamber, to be clear. Again, Brain, you're not worrying about 3-starring this stupid chamber right now.
Obey.
Why am I doing that? There we go.
Gather. I will have order.
Manifest. Do your master's bidding.
Really did not want to teleport the direction that Shenhe went there, but oh well.
You can't run.
That was something you can generally control, but generally. Alright. Buttholes, come here. Can you more come towards me? Hey, butthole, thank you.
This is order.
And, grouping these is a pain in the ass.
Solidify.
Tars said that it's the same as the flowers. It's like, and yes, generally the same as walk away from them, they come towards you, but they do not group anywhere near as well as the flowers. Bro, where are they? God, I freaking hate this. Like, why? Why? Like, I cannot believe they're like, yeah, let's have enemies go invisible in a game where you can literally still see them to deal with them. But guess what? If you happen to use the 80 characters in this game that use auto-targeting mechanics, go fuck yourself.
Do your master's bidding.
Oh my god. Like,
Lights out. You can't run.
There's an invisible one still somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it is. I don't give a shit.
Gather. Order guide you.
Cryo incarnate.
Boba, get them. Judgment. Shiver.
Bro, I moved over here to check. Whatever.
Obey.
Whatever, game.
Nice and spicy. Eat this.
This is order. Stabilize.
Hey, look, it's invisible. I can literally see it. Where's Rosaria gonna attack? Oh, wow, she happened to go in the right direction because, well, the game treats us as though, you know, even though you can actually see these enemies are here, that, oh, you're using an auto-targeting move. Guess what? Your character might just fuck off to Kingdom Come. Because, oh, you can't see it. They're invisible. Fuck you. Oh, yeah.
Gather. I will have order.
Unleash.
Like that.
Boba, get them. You're toast.
You can't run.
Like, the problem, right, I have with that, I want to be clear, is like, it could not be a problem. But it is. They artificially make it a problem. Why? I don't know why I felt like grouping these, but it's whatever.
Flee. We shall
I got you covered.
Fire, fire.
Why did I do that?
Fire.
Stop! Bro, stop freezing me! Oh my fucking god. I couldn't kill I couldn't kill one mage so I fucking got frozen. Can I get my fucking burst back? Jesus Christ. I think I might be done for the day, guys. I am really not enjoying this. This is genuinely, like, I generally speaking, I would say I enjoy trying to tech around new abysses and whatever. This is probably the least fun I've ever had in an abyss.
Don't be scared.
down. Hear my prayer.
Fire it up.
This is what Mihoyo's idea of an enjoyable combat apparently looks like. Well, the answer is no. This is not necessarily what their idea of enjoyable combat looks like. This is their idea of what a combat, endgame combat that makes you try to spend more money looks like.
Stay put. Hey, go away.
I really need to do that.
Grant us your blessing.
Supporting fire.
And like, I want to be, I want to be clear. Like, I can make teams that can deal with any one of these chambers individually without a problem. It's a problem having to set up two different teams, combine on this account specifically, combined with the restrictions of Polearms Only, right? Combined with the specific bullshittery they're doing in this abyss. It's just like not fun to deal with, right? It's not fun to deal with giant ass AoE attacks that have very garbage animation indications. On top of, you know, Doritos that turn invisible constantly and then make the auto-targeting of the system of the game be shit. Even more shit than it normally is. Like, I usually, I don't know, it's just like, I went into this looking forward to it. I genuinely was looking forward to trying out the new Abyss today. And now I've come out just like, I was looking forward to test Kirara, looking forward to testing Polearms Only here. And I've come out of it just hating Abyss more than, like, usually this happens, usually these opinions happen, right? Me hating the Abyss, this happens the most after, like, the Abyss gets stale, right? After it's been 4 weeks after a new cycle starts and it's the same shit for a month plus straight, right? that's when I start to get way more complaining. The fact that it's already causing me to feel this way, and I'm not enjoying trying to attack around it, because it's just not fun to deal with the situations they're throwing at us. Like, I don't know. Like, like, I haven't tried melt on this side yet, to be clear, but like, melt is also like, I don't know if it was obvious there. Melt, in my opinion, despite all the auto targeting bullshit, if I get things done right, get them grouped properly, and get them all killed in one rotation, I can get them killed, these Doritos killed, before they like go invisible, or they will be mostly dead while they're invisible, and then Xiangling's Pyro Nado can kind of kill them, right? Like, melt was probably one of the better ones for this side, and it's like, okay, like, right, now you remove the number of potential valuable units to put on the first side to deal with one side of the chamber. What do you have to deal with this butthole side? And okay, it's like, okay, Dendro good. Do I just do Hyper Bloom? Like, Hyper Bloom could work, but then like this butthole, I don't do it. I can try this quick, I guess. I can try Burgeon on second side, I guess. We're not gonna have much pyro application to get through the cryo abyss shields though, so it's like it's probably not fast enough. And like, yes, if I and again, if I get to chamber 2, and like, I'm not crazy, I'm not worried about 3-starring chamber 2 at all. It'd be annoying in some ways, but not that annoying. This is just annoying with the element requirement, and then this is just DPS check and don't die against this. But like, yeah, I don't know. This chamber 1 is just genuinely, I don't know, like, freezing you constantly, animations that are basically impossible to dodge, like. They did their, it feels like they did their best job possible to make it not fun. I don't even get what characters they want us to use, because this abyss is horrible for you. I mean, yeah, it is pretty shit. 12-1 nades AoE, yeah, I know. That's why the melt team did so well. The melt team is definitely the strongest AoE team I have. The Burgeon team can probably be successful too here, like with a miserable amount of optimization and like trying to deal with like the grouping of the Whopper flowers and these buttholes. I think the Burgeon team could handle this, and then maybe the Melt team is better for second half, right? And then Burgeon Hyper Bloom can be fine against this one. Well, actually, no, he has a lot of Dendro resistance, but I know the Burgeon Hyper Bloom can handle probably this chamber probably fine. But I don't think the Melt team can handle this one. So like, I don't think there's any teams I can make up that can handle the whole sequence. Obviously I can make teams that handle this fine. I can probably make teams that handle this fine individually. And I could theoretically make teams that handle this fine, but like, it's just not that fun to deal with. I could try Melhuta. Melhuta doesn't work. I've tried it. It doesn't work. The problem is the melt reaction, in case you're not aware, is the melt reaction is if you have the pyro triggering on instead of the cryo unit.
Sooner we're done.
You use for every right. Let's just. So I should have left Candace in the team, but the reason like Vaporize is better for Xiao, right, is because Vaporize is the weak side reaction. That's why it's called like reverse Vaporize or reverse. Like if I'm doing melt where like I'm using Rosaria to trigger melts, right? Like in the Shenhe team, that's called reverse melt, and that's because basically it's just gauge theory. So because the strong reaction where you get higher damage, so you have cryo on the enemy, right? Look at the cryo aura. I'm gonna do one attack. I melt, and the cryo aura is gone, right? So I did one attack and cryo aura is gone, meaning I don't get a melt on the charge attack, right? And I could theoretically try to oversaturate with cryo. The problem is Mika doesn't help with that. You're suggesting to use Mika? Mika doesn't help with that, because Mika doesn't apply for cryo. he does F all other than his normal attack buff and physical buff, right? And you go away.
This is order.
So,
Solidify.
like, yes, he can be a healer. I don't know. I might look at it more and think about it more off camera, and maybe Mika actually might be the solution to something, but I doubt it. Anyways, let me switch to Candace, and
Stay close.
to show this is a weak side reaction where you get a less big number, but because it is a weak side, it's only going to use half of a unit of Hydra application for every Pyro application, right? For every Vaporize I do. So, do this.
We shall prevail.
Okay, you can see Hydro's on him. Do this. You do your thing. Smash. He still has Hydro, right? So that's why like Xingqiu and like Hu Tao work so well together, is because Xingqiu applies Hydro every time, a bunch of Hydro every time you do a normal attack with Hu Tao. So if you do normal into charge attack, you get a vape on the normal. That's going to consume some Hydro, but there's still Hydro left over for you to vape on the charge attack. Whereas if you're using the cryo, you melt, you'll end up melting in that, and then not her charge attack, and you're just doing non-reacted charge attacks. So as to say, your cryo unit is going to be the one in a team with Hu Tao applying a whole bunch of Pyro constantly with her charge attacks. Like every time she does a charge attack, that's an application to Pyro. And unless you have an actual F ton of cryo, there's like no way. And then, and like even I've tried it with let's see, Shenhe
Understood.
and
I just have to
Rosaria,
say-
right? Like this is the most cryo application I could realistically have. And again, Mika doesn't apply shit for cryo. He's useless for that. So like this is the best amount of off-field recurring Hydra I could have, and does it say the frequency of the hits here? I don't think it does. I don't remember what the frequency of the hits on Shenhe's is, but I believe it's relatively infrequent for Rosaria's burst hits, and has normal ICD. Rosaria's does not have ICD on her burst, which is good, but and applies every 2 seconds, so that's a higher than a normal amount of cryo application, but it's still such that like Rosaria is going to be the one triggering most of the melts off field from Hu Tao, rather than applying enough cryo with these two together and Hu Tao melting. Right? Hello, Victoria. 12-2 first half just needs Electro. It doesn't just need Electro. I've shown that in both of my accounts today. It is not as simple as just needing Electro. Yeah.
Just sharpen my spear.
What's wrong? Are you in danger?
Return, to be honest, the last Abyss cycle was worse. 12-1 second half was the most difficult for my comp since I refused to use a shielder. I mean, I refused to use a shielder too, but I didn't have a problem with 12-1 second half in the previous chamber. Like, the Kairagi were annoying, obviously, and easy to die against, but also, like, they're enemies that I don't mind as much. I hate how they zoop around. It pisses me off a lot, but you can dodge their attacks. They're more readable than many other enemies in this game. Much better than the freaking Hydra Heralds and Cryo Heralds together, where their animations are way harder to read when there's 3 of them, right? And they do wide swinging AoE friggin' attacks that are hard to notice when, like, where they see where it's like connecting with your hitbox, and then they freeze you if you dare F up, which then gets you hit more. Like, it's way punishing in my opinion. Like this Abyss wants you to have more of a shield on the second side than the previous Abyss. So Mika is just a healer and physical buffer. He's a healer. Honestly, the physical buffer is pretty trash. Mika is basically just healer and normal attack speed buffer. That's basically it. The physical buff is basically hot trash. It does very little. So, but technically, yes, he does buff physical a little bit. I don't know. It's just the freezing and stamina reduction was a problem for me. And you mean this one? You were saying this last cycle was worse though, Grace. But yes, the freezing is a big part of the problem for sure, and the stamina reduction, yes, as well, with being cryo being applied to you. But I'm not gonna say the whole cycle is worse or anything with these enemies, because I haven't really tried the following chambers. But like, this first chamber is just doo-doo. It's just not fun. I don't know. I enjoyed like having to deal with some of the tech of the robots and the consecrated beasts. Like I played the Abyss yesterday. I played the previous cycle yesterday with Kirara. I did Kirara on the first side and Dia on the second side, and it was not that hard. It took me like an hour. It was not easy, but it was not that hard. And I don't think that's just not possible in this current one, right? There's no way I can use the same teams that I used yesterday, where I did my Kirara team that I used earlier, and then a Dia team on the second side, because there's too many freaking elemental requirements, and it's too punishing with the lectors and whatever, and the buttholes wanting too much AOE, too strong of AOE, in the first chamber too. So like yeah. So I don't know. This one I'm not gonna like. The thing is, like, saying worse or better is so weird. Like, what are you comparing that's specifically worse or better? I don't care about worse or better. I care about how they feel to play. And I don't know. This one is less fun to me. That's all it is. This Abyss feels way less fun. The other one felt hard, but like, and the things that were hard about it were. The things that were more annoying about the last Abyss cycle were more the just use my last 20 resin here. The things that were annoying about it were particularly the requirements of like the second and third chamber, right? Wanting like Azamon and the flying dragon they really pissed me off, because right, oh, F you for not having a bow character is basically what the dragon machine wanted, and then Azamon is at least have Electro, but also you really probably want Dendro and Electro, and that's a big FU in my opinion, to team comp design for that Abyss cycle. But it wasn't like the end of the world. It's just really annoying. And then the second side was just very much AoE, right? AoE. And that's fundamentally better than the shit they've done this one, where it's want AoE first half of chamber 1, and ideally want, if you don't have AoE, you need to prevent them from going invisible. So it's either just kill them really fast with very strong AoE damage, like I was basically doing with the Melt team here, or whatever. But then you still have to deal with the annoyance of how they spawn, because they decided to make them spawn one by one for some god awful reason, and. Oh well, and then of course the second side then is the elemental requirements of the Cryo Lecture and Hydro Lecture, right? Together. And the mages beforehand, which is just, the mages beforehand is just a, fuck you, I'm going to waste a little bit of your time at the very start. That's the reason the mages were there at the start, by the way. Just an FU to make you waste a little bit of time. And then, yeah, the following chambers, like the second chamber is kind of whatever, it's fine. I don't like the Thunder Manifestation. I don't like that they put the Thunder Manifestation in the Abyss all the time, but it's also not the worst thing in the world. I'd rather the Thunder Manifestation than the friggin' Weenut, to be clear, as far as bosses go. But also, and then the chicken they really love putting in Abyss too, which I also don't love because the chicken is annoying. Where the frick is the chicken? The chicken is annoying because he does these stupid moves that he charges the fuck across the Abyss constantly. So if you're on an account like on my Polearm account, like I've had plenty of times with this butthole on this account where I've had to just optimize on the RNG of his moves and whether or not he effed an attempt because of the fact that he decided to do a stupid ass charge attack where he goes from here to fuck all the way over here with a charge attack move, right? And that's annoying. So I can't even actually show it right now because you need to aggravate him to do that. Right, and then third chamber is two waves of two consecrated beasties from what I understand, and it's just consecrated beasts. I'm used to it at this point. Like I'd be fine with it, honestly. I don't mind that. I don't mind the consecrated beasties, I think, in the third chamber. But then the second half of the third chamber is, of course, you know, I don't even have the map unlocked over here in this account. Is of course the whatever Inquisitive Baptist, whatever the frick his name is, and that butthole is yeah. So I don't know. It's just too many elemental requirements is what I would describe it as, right? It's overly punishing for team comps. It feels like what are the requirements they're trying to, like, I'm trying to think like what their design philosophy was, right, with this abyss. Was their design philosophy to force people to switch to using different teams to 3-star different chambers? Because chamber 1 is like wants strong AoE. That's the basic structure of the chamber 1, is you just want strong AoE. This is a number of elemental. You need pyro. You need a good amount of pyro, at minimum Bennett, basically. And then, like, Bennett Shungling combo can take care of the cryo, and then do something for the buttholes. But, like, yeah, annoying. And then Chamber 3, right, with wanting yet another element into the mix, needing hydro, right? So, okay, they want Dendro or cryo, pyro, and then hydro with this. And it's like, okay. So Dendro, hydro, like they wanted you to play Burgeon, but then Burgeon like doesn't actually function like to actually, I don't know. I don't get it. And then the first chamber was like okay, a strong AoE, and then single target, strong AoE, very AoE focused into single. Why? Like why are you leading very AoE into single target? Into AoE also works pretty well here, right? Why? Like, was their intention? I don't know. It kind of feels like their intention with the structure of this abyss was to make it so that you are forced to reset with different teams for different things, even on like highly invested accounts, potentially. Like, it really just seems like an FU to try to like completely fuck what many people are using for their teams, and that's not cool in my opinion. Hyperbloom at top, yeah, but Hyperbloom is single target focus. It's not even. I don't know. I could try a traditional like a optimized like Raiden, Xingqiu, Nahida Hyperbloom or Kuki. I'd have to be Kuki actually on my main account because I don't have Raiden level 90. But on this with whatever freeze probably, I guess if you're doing Hyper Fridge, it probably isn't too bad because you can freeze the buttholes. And then I can definitely, I mean, Hyperbloom is probably good. You know? But yeah, you need a F-ton of like units built probably to do this abyss. And that's what I was talking about. Like, it just like seems, even for high investment accounts, it's a bit painful, right? And it's easily possible. You just like have a fairly high invested account, but you just haven't invested in certain specific units that you'd want for this abyss, right? Depending on like the situation in your account. and what other units you have built and what like artifacts you have to use on said characters, right? So yeah, I don't know. They did a really good job of making this incredibly unfun to me. I just like can't think of anything fun that there is actually in trying to optimize this, and it doesn't. I haven't, since I've been able to 36 star on Polearms Only, I haven't skipped a single Abyss cycle. Like at least 36 starring one of them, right? Obviously I skipped the second and third parts of the previous enemy cycle because on this account, but I did it once on the hardest cycle and I was happy with that. And I wanted to do it again, but honestly it just seems like not fun. I don't know. It just doesn't seem very fun. But I'll clear my head about it. I'll probably look into a little bit of stuff, see if I watch any videos that show some strategies that make it a little bit easier, whatever, right? There's a good chance that Jeff will have one, and he'll go over like what to do with it, and maybe I'll try more at it. But I'm just like, I don't know, man. That Chamber 1 makes me not enthused to even bother with any of the other mess. Like, I just don't care. I don't know. Hey boss, you know those people complaining about how there's no endgame and Abyss being too easy? How about we make the Abyss hell? Yeah, it's not like necessarily them just making it hard, it's just that's not fun to deal with this situation. Okay, this is not I normally like teching around abysses and trying to think about how to deal with them. And this one is just not fun to tech around. It's just annoying and miserable. Like, you want to go heavy cryo and make there be a pyro requirement? Cool. Why also throwing in the Hydra to freeze the player at the same fucking time, right? And this is whatever. And then why this too, to add yet another elemental requirement if you want to clear it without having to reset with whole new teams, right? And then you have a miserable time trying to clear Chamber 1 with the different team setup to clear this one, right? Like, if the intention in MiHoYo's design was to try to make it such that they want players to try different teams in each chamber, right? Instead of it just being like, use an AoE focused team in one side and use it in a single target team in one side, and this side needs these kind of elements and this side needs these kind of elements. Instead, they want you to use different teams, different setups for each chamber. Then let us do each chamber individually, right? Right? If that was the intention of their design, just let us do it individually. Why would you not? There are many good ideas for endgame content, raids, or PvP fights. Yeah. No, I gotta assume their continued intention, as always with these things, is it's always the feeling I've always gotten with all of this is just that they just want you to wish. Even if you don't spend money, they want you to wish and want you to be tempted to wish because, you know, if you're feeling miserable that you can't clear this abyss, but you're like, oh, yeah, it would be super useful for, you know, clearing the Doritos or whatever, right? Not unless it's necessarily the right choice for you and your account, but that it makes you feel like it might be, and therefore you wish, even if you don't spend money, and then now you don't have wishes for Kazuha. And then, oh, but you really want Kazuha, and they only rerun Kazuha one time a year, so what do? Wallet. So yeah, I don't know. It's just really sad because like the combat is really good in this game, and like thinking how to do things, but then like they just keep on throwing situations at us that are like not fun for most people. And like generally speaking, I oftentimes have fun in the things that are hard and people complain about. Like people complain all the time, all crap ton about the previous Abyss. I quite liked many aspects of it, at least doing it once. I got bored of it. I definitely got bored of it and trashed many things about it. But I don't know. I might change my tune on this one a little bit, but it is not grabbed me at all in the way that the previous one did. You can go and watch my first like attempts at this previous the previous enemy cycle on like Polearms Only and my main account, and I was like, whoa, this is actually like kind of really fun. And then yeah, and yeah, another 2 cycles of this. Yeah,
Where do you want to go next?
just go to each chamber with full HP and energy. Well, yeah, exactly. Like I'm already annoyed at, like, the fact that the abyss is structured such that you can fully 36-star abyss by having different teams and be able to just reset to be able to get full energy in each chamber. It already annoys me that they don't just let us individually just challenge each of them, right? Like if I could individually, if this was like a right, imagine how much easier and less of a problem this would be to deal with. On even in the context of this account, right? If not only like now we just had to do 1 chamber at a time. This one would still be hard. This one would be easy, and this one probably wouldn't be too hard either, right? And I don't have to go through chamber 1 and 2 to do any attempts at chamber 3. If I want to do chamber 2, I can just do chamber 2. And then I have full energy, don't have to fuck about with, okay, if I want to have full energy on chamber 3, have to get through chamber 1, then have to get through chamber 2, make sure I don't kill it before I got my Xiangling's energy back, and then do chamber 3. Like, why? If I can do that anyways, but it's just a pain in the ass and annoying for me to do, just give me full energy. Also, just let me do the chambers individually. Like, why do I have to do them sequentially? But also, what could be even better, like, imagine instead of this being split up into, like, you could just choose to do not only any individual chamber, but what if you could just choose to do any individual half? Like, they're never going to change that, to be clear, because the reason like they have this structure of like forcing 2 teams is just because it forces you to pull for more characters. It's a motivation to pull for more characters to have to build and have multiple ways to do configurations of 2 full separate teams, right? And so it's a very dead-ass simple way to motivate you and give you reason to, like, why do I have a need to have 2 groupers? Why do I have a need to have 2 Dendro Dooby-Doos? Well, that's because you might need 2 Dendro Dooby-Doos to do Dendro Dooby-Doos on both sides of the abyss, right? That's why that exists, and they're never going to get rid of it, but it'd be more enjoying to tech around some of the, right? Like, I would not have a problem at all trying to tech around dealing with each of these individual chambers if it was just I could pick a team to deal with each individual chamber, right? If we're just talking, I am picking a team to deal with chamber 1 second half and I'm dealing with chamber 1 second half, it'd be fun. If I'm just picking a team to deal with chamber 1 first half and that's it, it'd be fun. It's honestly with any of these chambers, right? It's just the whole mess of the combination of them together. And as a system that just feels so obviously just like a system that makes you, hey, gamble more. And like, yeah, there's more to the game, to be clear, than endgame combat, but like, I know, obviously there's story and whatever, but like, the combat system's really good in the game. They're neglecting one of the most special things about this game that I'd say gets anyone really invested into it on like a game level. They're neglecting the game part of this game extraordinarily heavily, I feel like. And it makes me sad. And they know how to make good, fun combat systems that are like repeatable and like make me want to just play the game even without getting rewards, because they put Simulated Universe in Star Rail. And there's no reason they couldn't do a very, very similar thing for Genshin. There's no reason they couldn't. And I don't even need rewards, Mario. I just want something like that just so I can have fun in the combat system. And like let me do fun, creative, silly things that's not just fucking time challenge. I don't know if I have much else to say. I think I'll do weapons only dailies real quick, and then we're gonna end the stream. I've kind of said the same thing over and over, I feel like, for like an hour straight. Sorry. Like the Ascension domains? What do you mean, like the Ascension domains? Hey, look, it's a sucrose. Oops, didn't mean to click on the abyss. No, no, not in the account. Alright. I switched to using Sucrose instead of Kaya in Overworld for this melt team, by the way, on weapons only, because... Simply because it's nice and convenient, and sometimes required for, like, the, what's it called, Mondstadt dailies. It does create a little bit more of an energy problem for Rosaria, but it's fine for Overworld. It really doesn't matter. And having Sucrose situationally is really nice for Overworld, so... Yarp. That's why I switched to it. It's not necessarily a best capable team because, like, swirling Pyro is fine, but, like, Pyro isn't the one reacting usually in this team, so it's not ideal. And, really? And, yeah, well, you got the point. Point is, Sucrose not necessarily mechanically the best fit for this team, but for Overworld, it's quite nice. That's all. That's all. Give me the bug. Yeah, if you're looking for combat or a story you can get an easy playthrough. Yeah, the game is not that hard to just play through the story without investing that much in the game mechanics. It's a completely different conversation to talk about the combat of this game from the story of this game. So, like, people saying, "Oh, you don't need to do much for the story," or whatever. Like, it's like, yeah, that's fine, but that's like the story. I want to have fun with not just the story in the game. Sue me, Jesus Christ. Right? Especially when the combat of this game is actually kind of brilliant in some ways.
What a nuisance.
Really? Really?
Animal hypostasis emulation.
Ow.
Don't break my
Stop, you butthole. See, that's why Sucrose is nice. Just like how the kind of trivializes a number of stupid things that kind of just waste your time in Overworld. What do I need to do for farm? I think I need my plan on weapons only this week. Man, I was so motivated before today to get a Kirara video out this weekend. This abyss has just killed my motivation for trying to do anything. I still might put it together, the Kirara video, with the previous like abyss footage that I have from Kirara. But anyways, on weapons only, what I want to do is we're close to pity. And with the shop, which is actually in weapons only, which I'm not gonna buy here yet, and I'm not gonna use them on. Sorry. So I'm gonna buy these in the video. But my goal is to grind up a little bit of exploration, like the trees or whatever in Inazuma, and this tree, the onion, and get a 5-star on standard banner in the next weapons only video. Maybe it'll be something useful. I swear to God, I was another Aquila. I will murder this game. But point is, I also want to get Rosaria's Ascended, which I think I already have the boss trust for. Yeah, I just need the Valve areas, and then I also want to get her weapon to level 90, and then I want to get her talents to level 8, which takes Mora. Now that I think about it, it's going to take a lot of Mora to do all those things. I think I have all the other resources, so I just need the Mora, which means Leyline time. Because 800,000 more, it's going to take, let's see, takes like 100 and some thousand, I think, to go from level 6 to level 7, and then 260,000. It's going to take like 600,000. We'll just round 600,000 more just for the Rosaria to level 8 talents. Probably around 500,000 more ish to level 90 her weapon, and then like 100,000 more to get her ascended, I think, or so. No, I think it's a little bit less because we're not doing final ascension. I don't know if I have enough heroes with to level her 280, but at least doing her final ascension is good enough. And then what else? Oh, I think my chat might have died. Oh, it definitely did. Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of messages. The one to go past air 25, 45. Oh, what? Okay, what are you talking about though? Like, I know what the ascension domains are, rose petals, but like, what are you talking about in the context of what I was talking about? That's what I mean. I know what the ascension domains are, and what the heck do you mean? As far as like, what was your point in bringing them up? Was it relevant to what I was saying, or was it something else? But anyways, my YouTube chat wasn't refreshing. Oh, sucrose, baby girl, hello. Yep, sucrose indeed. So, anyways, I need more, so I'm gonna farm Leylands. That was a long tirade to say I'm gonna farm more, because I think I need more the most. I also want, you know, more artifact fodder to finish leveling up Sucrose's artifacts. Potentially get more options for Rosaria, Kaya, 2, and Gilded Dreams, but I'm gonna, for now, just focus on getting Rosaria's talents, her weapon, and then yeah, and then the 5-star. And that's probably gonna be the next weapons only episode. Nothing too crazy. I would actually much prefer, you know, don't tell anyone this. I mean, I'm saying I'm mostly joking, but I would really Bahol. I would much prefer. What I thought I was on damage. I would much prefer a character from Standard Banner. But now that I say that, you know, my God tier luck on weapons only is going to take over, and I'm going to get a Chi-Chi or something, which I will not be happy with. Oh man, like there's a very good chance we might only ever get one Standard Banner like 5-star character on this account, and if it's Chi-Chi, I'm gonna be sad. People are just using Hyperbloom Electro Charge Raiden in Abyss. I mean, Electro Charge is like part of the reason why Hyperbloom is good as it is. Like, the reason Hyperbloom is good as it is like versus Virgin is heavily because all the like tertiary reactions that you accidentally get alongside Hyperbloom, like Electro Charge, are much better than the reactions you get with Virgin, where you actively do not want them, and it makes them harder to play. Hoyo, he wants a character. I know, I'm sorry. I said I want a character. I know I'm smart. I'm not supposed to want characters. Sue me. all I do on weapons only is whinge about wanting more characters. I'm sorry. But yeah, anyways, of like Standard Banner characters, I'd be happy to have. I'd be happy to have. Claim. Let's see. Let's go through them off the top of my head. Right. I'd be happy to have Dia. She's not great, but I'd be happy to have her. Look, we could do Monopyro Dia without Kazuha. See how that works. Probably substantially worse because the EM buff from Sucrose really doesn't do that much. But hey, it would exist. We could do Monopyro Dia and just the worst version of Monopyro Dia, and I wouldn't mind it. It would exist. I like Dia. And we do have Skyward Pride, so it wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world to build her. I got some cracked artifact. I got a cracked artifact to give her, right? So I don't think I have a good Pyro Goblet, to be clear. Yeah, I definitely don't have a good Pyro Goblet, but it's fine. And anyways, why too much focus on Dia? I wouldn't mind Dia, genuinely. Wouldn't mind Kaching, for sure, obviously. Wouldn't mind Tignari. Mona would be interesting as another Hydra unit. It would be, she definitely would be useful, I think. I've never actually seriously used Mona before on any account, so I would be quite enthused about getting a Mona. And Jean is another anima unit. Now that we have Sucrose, I really don't need Jean anymore. Not that there's not things I could find use for her with, but she's lower on the list. Like Jean, Chi-Chi, I would say. Diluc, I haven't seriously used Diluc either. I wouldn't mind getting him. He'd be fine. So Jean, Chi-Chi, as far as like top to bottom, characters I'd prefer to have versus not prefer to have. Tignari, Mona, and Kaching would love to have on weapons only. They'd be fun to mess with and useful in various ways. Chi-Chi and Jean, not that useful, like at all. And then Diluc and Dia, the Pyro Claymores, would at least be fun to faff about with. So, there's a decent chance. But also, we might get another freaking weapon. And if we get another freaking weapon... I shouldn't complain about getting weapons, but like... What can we get for standard weapons that's useful? Standard banner weapons. Alright, let's see. Almost bow? Please no. Skyward Harp wouldn't be horrible, but we really don't need that. We don't have a... It's a problem not having bow characters that want it, right? Okay, no. Lost Prayers, Skyward Atlas, I'd actually be very down with for Hazo. You know, we didn't get Conquerors for Hazo, I would actually love to get it. Literally, if we get Lost Prayers of Skyward Atlas, it probably immediately invalidates any desire to wish on anything on 3.8 banners. So it'd be cool. Skyward Spine we have, so we don't need that. Jade Spear, we have Staff of Scarlet's Hands and we have Skyward Spine. Jade Spear, I can't fathom it'd actually be that useful to us. Skyward Pride, please no. Wolf's Gravestone, please no. Swords, Aquila, please no. We have enough of them. And then Skyward Blade would actually be useful. So of weapons, we have like Skyward Blade, the Catalyst, that's 3 weapons. Basically 3 weapons. There's 3 weapons that could be useful. So I'm not saying we can't get a useful weapon, but the chances are low. So, anyways, we'll see what happens. I hope it's a character, but don't tell YouTube, because it's supposed to be weapons only. I definitely want. I mean, I'm just gonna be sarcastic in this one and be like, this is weapons only, and we're wishing for a 5-star, or we're gonna get a 5-star today. And I definitely want a weapon. Definitely. Alright. Anyways, I'm just rambling. I'm rambling hardcore on this day in my life. You could use Sucrose and Electro unit to swirl Electro and Tignari. That's the team I use sometimes. Yep. Indeed I could. It would be a team I would enjoy, I think. Let's I would enjoy Tignari, and Tignari would be really nice if it would give us some definite, meaningful value out of having Aqua Simulacra rather than having it on Amber. Yeah, I definitely want a weapon. Oh, I already have 5. Okay, let's go spend it. I'm not gonna spend it all on ley lines right now. I'm just gonna spend how much? I guess I'll spend 3 because I'll. Well, actually, no. I'm gonna spend. I'm gonna spend 2 and then 20 resin. Sending a Dia or Tignari for you as a character. Thank you. I'd be happy with either of them. What? No. I saw the exclamation point and my brain was like, must click. I hate it. Anyways, all ley lines. Where are ley lines? Where? Oh, this is it's like, okay, no, screw that one. That's literally the worst spot for ley lines to be. Literally the worst spot for ley lines to be in Mondstadt. Screw that spot. By the way, if you play Star Rail and you were wondering if I think a bunch of people, if you played on launch, since launch you're probably already level 50, but if you haven't played since launch, you're probably getting close to level 50, I imagine, in Star Rail. And you might be wondering, is it worth it to use all your fuels to get some toilet paper to farm artifacts or whatever, right? At level 50 in Star Rail. I have a video coming that will answer the question, and I'll spoil it for you. The answer is no. Don't do it. It's pretty bad. I think I got pretty unlucky, to be clear, but also the not having guaranteed 2 artifacts until level 60 makes it feel very not worth to spend a whole lot of resin right now farming crap in Star Rail. so don't. That's my recommendation. But also watch the video because it's really funny. You will definitely laugh at how freaking unlucky I get, and I managed to be in a mood that I think I managed to make it quite entertaining as well, because I memed it up a bit based on what was happening, and it was stupid, and I hated it, and it was not worth doing. But there you go. I lost a lot of my resources for very little gain. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, basically wait for level 60, but it is still a very fun video. I do recommend you watch it. But that'll be one of the videos this week. And then the other one was going to be Kirara, but I don't know. It's either going to be Kirara or the 5-star video with weapons only. No, don't. I was intending the 5-star video to be a 5-star standard video to be next week weapons only video, and just not have a weapons only video this week. What? But now I'm demotivated to work on the Kirara video because Abyss no fun. Oh well. You die, please. Thank you. Alright, and where's the next one? Over there. This is probably one of the best places for ley lines to be, just walking through an open plain. What? Okay. Star Rail 2 2026 trust? I don't know. No, please. You played it and stopped. I guess I'm just okay with Genshin. Yeah, I don't think Star Rail's for everyone. I think the story and general writing quality is far better and more consistent at the very least. That's far in. I gotta start it. In Star Rail, but which definitely which definitely helps quite a lot in my opinion. All the slime in the world. You heal me? Thank you, Bennett. All the goodies. Alright, there we go. Hello. I have money now. What a world. Remember when you got the Aqua Sword from Standard, then disappointed you wanted a polearm for your Xiao on you, and threw it on Layla on this co-op, and I was like, why is your Layla using that? That is a good question. Why is your Layla using Aquila? That is a not great option. It doesn't do anything for Layla. Combat is less inclusive than Genshin. I don't think that's a bad thing on a game design level, personally. I think Star Rail is a substantially more well-refined game, and it has hardcore questions on the value of pulling for limited units, to be clear, because of power creep potential. But it's also, like, the fun parts about the game are very fun without having to pull for any limited 5-star units, and it seems like it's going to remain that way, which is a very good state for the game to be in my opinion. And, like, yes, they have the Spiral Abyss equivalent Memory of Chaos that, like, you might want multiple healers built for to deal with Memory of Chaos if you really want to do it. But it's also definitely not the fun part of Star Rail, in my opinion. And it offers a creative framework to mess around with some teams. It still has a problem in Genshin, by the way, of, like, taking an absurd amount of investment to be able to play around with said teams. Like, I have, like, 4 teams in Star Rail that I want to, like, with characters I have right now. Not with characters I might get in the future, but with characters I have right freaking now. I have like 4 teams I'm interested in playing around with and building up, and that's gonna take it's gonna take at least 3-4 months to do that, and that sucks. that is certainly not changed from Genshin. But it has enough of a creative framework that I quite like the combat. So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. It's relatively simple. It's turn-based. It's, again, they did a good job of that, I think, of making it simple, but then there is some complexity in it that you can learn about and have fun with doing certain things, and optimizing things. And they have a number of like creative characters that are fun to use, particularly ones that aren't just, you know, 5 stars limited characters. So I don't know. I quite like Star Rail. That's all there is to it. I enjoy the combat way more than I thought I would. Heavily because of Simulated Universe being fun, right? But yeah, anyways, I don't feel much desire to pull for any like limited character right now. Like, I do want to be able to like clear some of Memory of Chaos, and therefore I kind of want Loka, the character in 1.1, because he's imaginary and he's a healer that seems quite good, and he debuffs and he cleanses, which is a very valuable thing to have on a unit in general, let alone on a healer, on a protective defensive unit. So like, I want him, but like, honestly, other than him, for his generic healer, you know, removing buffs and removing debuffs utility and being imaginary utility, I don't really want anything in Star Wars right now other than like Bronya, but like, that'll just, either I'll get lucky with a 50-50 loss or something, or I'll get her in a year off of the standard banner guarantee. So, yeah, I don't know. As someone was like, WTF, throw it in your Bennett. What Bennett? My level 60 Bennett? I mean, a level 60 Bennett with a Keela is still probably more useful than a Layla. Oops, sorry, don't mean to insult Layla. But yes, it's definitely a good weapon for him. You just need to get enough ER, which is not that hard to do. This is actually probably not enough ER, but anyways. I should level Bennett up to 80 at some point here, but blah 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 blah. I digress. Yeah, you probably should build Bennett. Bennett's fun. He's just one of those characters that it easily enables doing big damage with other units, and he can do decent amounts of damage himself with some crit stats. So he's easy to build, to be useful, and fun to high invest in my opinion. And his C6 is super fun. And his pyro application is useful. The Bennett Kazuha combo or Bennett Sucrose combo is very nice. So Kazuha more so than Sucrose because of Kazuha's prioritization of self-application for actually wait. I actually haven't. You'd think I would know this. I use Sucrose much less than I use other units. I've used Sucrose a lot more now that I got her on Polearms or Weapons Only. If I need to find some enemies. If I need to find an enemy that doesn't have like a pyro on it. Those dudes have pyro, don't they? Buttholes. Dang it. Okay, you know what? Let's go over here, right? So, what we're going to do... I don't know if Sucrose's infusion on her burst in particular prioritizes... Okay, there we go. I don't know if Sucrose's... prioritizes her what element. You can see if like pyro if you saw on the bottom of the screen was currently on Sucrose. So does it prioritize? No, it does not. Okay, yeah, I thought that was the case. Okay. Alright, so Kazuha, when you do Kazuha's burst, it will prioritize the element that's on the character, and that is very useful in relatively niche situations, but such as like my weird new Philon team, right? Where I need Kazuha to do the extra pyro application, or I want him to like trigger Burgeons, right? So I need him to infuse pyro specifically. So with Bennett Kazuha, it's really easy to consistently make sure I get a pyro infusion on his burst, without having to worry about any BS on enemies. and I can just make sure I get it. Whereas Sucrose only is going to infuse based on like what's on enemies, as far as I'm aware. So, anyways. Alright, True My Layla is mostly a shielder, which is why, like, why do you have Aquila on her? Like, just throw a sack weapon or Fav. Sorry, sack weapon. Throw Fav on her. She doesn't need sack. Throw a Fav weapon on her, and then at least she can generate energy for the team. So, anyways. What am I, I think I'm done. I think I'm done as account. I think I'm done with Genshin for the day, realistically. Alright. Well, I'm sad. New Abyss is not fun. I was looking forward to a change in the Abyss, and now I'm just sad. So, that's the conclusion of this long arse stream, where I ramble about Abyss 20 times. So, I don't know. I'm gonna go eat some food, and then hopefully work on some videos for you guys, and for the weekend. Hopefully you enjoy those videos. I will stream on the weekend as well. May do more Abyss stuff on the weekend, but it depends how I feel then. I originally said I was inclined to do so, but less so now with how unfun that chamber is, but yeah. He can swirl more than one element since I got him. Yes, Kazo can swirl more than an element, but you can't infuse more than one element. I was talking about infusion, not swirling. There's a difference. Very, very meaningful difference when it comes to certain applications. When it comes to just getting the VV debuff, that's what's like most important oftentimes. And yes, double swirling multiple elements at a time is definitely something you can do, and definitely is quite strong. But for the purpose of what I was talking about the infusion on burst, which Sucrose cannot do with Bennett, but Kazuha can do. So, anyways. I kind of want to, you know what? I was going to end the stream, but I kind of want to just like, just to show that like, I can clear this abyss without it being nightmare. I kind of want to just like go 36 star quick. Oh, never mind. I don't know. I gotta think whether I want to protest this abyss or not by just not completing it at all on my main account. What I was gonna do, I was gonna go into the abyss, and I was just gonna take like my Nuki-Lon team on one side, and then just do like Nilu or something on one side, right? And then it wouldn't be hard at all, right? Actually, no, Nilu can definitely take care of the first half of Chamber 1 very easily. And she can probably handle the Consecrated Beast without much problem too. I just have to be a little careful. I'm not gonna bother. I feel like if I'm gonna do it, if I do that, I'm just gonna get mad again, and I'm just gonna be even more sad. So, but just for different reasons. So I'm just not going to. I don't know. I gotta think about whether or not I want to protest. I feel like maybe the best way of like protesting this abyss might be, an abyss in general, might be to just stop doing 36 star on my main account. Just to like tell them, hey, I'm still playing the game, but I'm not doing your endgame combat. Right? Your main system you have in place to make people like me pull for characters, kind of thing. On anything other than a waifu or husbando level, right? But like I don't know. It's just a bummer because like I wanna pull for characters like Kirara, right? Like I don't regret getting Kirara. I really am glad I got her because she's a lot of fun. So it's like, hey, I got Kirara, yay! And now I want to use her in this new abyss cycle, yay! There's new enemies to deal with, and then it's just an abyss cycle that sucks to use anything other than like really optimal teams, kind of thing, right? And that sucks. Like I just wanted to use Kirara, man. Like that's all. like am I wrong for just wanting to use the character I got that I have fun using, but then making a combat system that makes it not fun to do that? I don't know. Please add Simulated Universe Mihoyo to Genshin. That's all you gotta do, and then I'm happy